So hello and welcome to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. All those hours, all of that preparation, all of that racing through the last few weeks, all comes down to the monthly finals. My name's Matt Payne. I'm here bringing you all of the race action in the commentary box with me. As much as we can do. Anyway, it is Emma Martin. Emma, great to have you in the commentary box as always, bringing your expertise to the subject. Monthly finals is always an interesting one because we've got the team competition and at the same time we've got the individual competition on what is a change course today.
Yes, it's going to be absolutely brilliant because we're heading to Belgium for the women's race, 37.7 kilometres of racing, 395 metres of climbing. Just a little bit different to previous iterations of the Belgium course for the women. We've got 196 women on the start line today, 39 teams. It's going to be a cracking race. There are 2 sprint checkpoints along the way. At the 2.3 kilometre marker and the 12.7 kilometre marker. Then we've got 3 climbing checkpoints as well, the Kortekeer, the Valkenburg and the Eichenberg. What more could anybody want for a September finale?
Indeed, and don't forget, of course, the September finales are all about not just the racing in September that has brought us to this point, but of course the team competition, and you have to have ridden 2 of our qualifiers to be part of those teams that are a critical part of this. And team tactics can well play a part with riders chasing down other riders, so riders maybe sacrificing their own individual chances of a top 3, top 5, top 10 position to chase down some of the riders who maybe are going on the attack, on the breakaway. But of course, there's sprints, there's climbs, as always on the Sunday Race Club. There are 6 race categories in both the men's and the women's races, and our women's race will kick off today's action. 6 race starts. Category 6 going first are our standard race category, moving through at 5-minute intervals between the categories all the way to category 3, a 10-minute gap between category 3 and 2, and then 5 minutes between 2 and 1. Category 1 being the highest category. They are our elite riders. Let's take a look at category 6. They're down in the pen at the moment. And category 6 has a number of teams with enough riders to qualify. In fact, 4 teams are here and able to qualify. The Kitty Hawk Racing Moonport have 4 riders, as do Royal Ascent. But Level Phoenix have 5, as do the Kitty Hawk Racing Skyclaw team. So those teams with the 3 riders required as a minimum. 5 riders is the maximum, so Skyclaw and Phoenix doing that. And it's a time of 3 riders, the fastest 3 riders added together to give you your team time. And the fastest team of 3 take away that top team prize. Second fastest take second, third fastest take third. You get the plan. 7 teams taking away prizes, 10 individuals taking prizes individually. We have a prize per checkpoint, that is per sprint checkpoint, and per climb checkpoint, so 2 sprints and 3 climb checkpoints, and prizes for the overall best sprinter and the overall best climber. Yes, it is a complete prize fest today in our September monthly finals. It's MyWhoosh, it's the Sunday Race Club, it's our women's race, and it's time to head onto the roads of Belgium and go see who will be taking away today's top prize.
Well, away you go, category 6. The purple jerseys are up and out of the pen. 25 riders on the start sheets today, and well, it's going to be a great team competition. From my perspective, I am predicting Kitty Hawk Racing Skyclaw putting in a good performance because Jaskalainen's had a 2nd and 2/3, Zabala's had a 4th, and Hadjuk's had a 2nd and a 4th. Level Phoenix also, if things go to form, and Kraps had a 5th, and Limburger's had 2 5th places, so those 2 riders are on form as well this month. Royal Ascent, Londano's had a 1st and a 4th. She's going to be leading the way today for them. But can I just say, Kitty Hawk Racing Skyclaw just reminds me of a James Bond theme tune.
Okay, now that you've you've added that, thrown that curveball in there, we're going to dive in with Adriana Barker. Barker, one of our riders for Level Phoenix, on the left-hand side in person. The avatar in the midst of the pack on the right-hand side, up near the front though, and wanted to make sure nobody goes clear here. So if you're new to Sunday Race Club, maybe you're new to cycling esports, each of our riders in their own pain cave are putting down the power on their turbo trainer or on their smart trainer, and then that is translated into the power that the avatar has available to harness. Each of the riders represented by one of our avatars here. The power is shown on the screen. You can see at the moment the watts are in green because the rider is in the draft. They go to white when they're in the wind. So basically green is good because it means that you're hiding, you're not expending energy pushing against the breeze, you're hiding behind somebody else. But of course you need to be at the front when it gets to some of those key moments. We're just in with Gabriella Pens at the moment. Pens just dialing it on that bike. You can just see down there lots of different pain caves on view. This particular one down in the garage, either that or the car has decided to accompany Gabrielli into the pain cave. I'm not sure which counts as which. Is it your pain cave first or is it your garage first?
Well, good question. But Pence currently sitting in 14th on the back of the pack. Great positioning because she's in the draft at the moment, but she's in the group. So absolutely perfect. You can see the damage already done to the Category 6 group on the top right-hand corner of your screen. It gives you a bird's eye view of what's happening in the racing, and it really does tell a story. It also tells the story that the first sprint checkpoint is on its way. That's the green arch banner up the road. That's where this group are heading. And Dobbins at the moment, Candice Dobbins from the USA, has already unleashed the sprint. She's got 600 metres to go till that checkpoint. Hamilton, she's still in the draft. Great place to be at the moment.
And that little wind up there, that charge by Dobbins, just to keep that pace nice and high, does set it up very nicely for Hamilton indeed. Hamilton on the move now, starting to wide this up. Dobbins trying to respond. 2.3 Ks where we're at for the banner. Is going to be a green archway over the road. You can just about make that green archway out top right-hand side of your screen. If you're watching on a huge pain cave, you'll be able to see it. If you're watching on a smaller phone, it might be a little bit more difficult. But here we go, left-hand turn. Let's see that archway. Here it comes. This is the run for the line. Hamilton on the front. The first points, the first prizes available. Through they go. It's going to be 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 points, with 5 points going to Hamilton. It's going to be 4 points going to Hadjuk, 3 to Lodano, 2 for Quap, and 1 for Limbago, subject to confirmation, of course, because that's based on Matt's eyesight.
It is indeed, but I can tell you, really nice moving there from Monica Hadjuk, because the second climbing checkpoint, the second sprint checkpoint is after the first climb checkpoint. You've got to be able to get over that climb to contend first across the line on sprint number 2.
So as you would see on a sprint on a Grand Tour like the Girodonna, for example, it is first across the line at each of those checkpoints to take away the prize. Let's move on to Category 5, our next category to go. We have 6 teams here today in Category 5. 1 team of 5, and that's the Phoenix squad. That is Hoyoshin, Santos, Giuliano, and co. We have 4 teams of 4, Aeronova, along with Petit Force, the Tour de France, and the WEZ squad. And we have 1 team of 3, and that is our Pedal Dancers squad. We also have a number of individual riders. Remember, riders can ride individually. You can join as an individual into our finals, but you can't join as a team if you haven't done those 2 qualifying races. Time for Category 5 to head out into Belgium, in amongst the Flanders fields, to do battle out on our race route.
Well, 31 riders leaving the start pen today in Category 5. Helia Santos has had a really good month, part of the Phoenix squad. She's had a 4th place this month. Her compatriots Gentili, 2 seconds and a 5th. Giuliano, a 3rd. Phoenix squad, I think, are going to be really in the mix this week. They took the win last month. They could well go up against the Pedal Dancers. They were 31 seconds back last month in the team competition. Wilhelms had a 1st. Becerra's had 2 5th places. Quintero always rides strong. It's interesting to see whether Aeronova may play a part. They've got Surabaya, Samuel, Hermansen and Geraldo. Samuel's had a third and a fourth this month, but the other three often ride very strong. So this is going to be, I think, a fairly close team race this week. There is Brooke Samuel on your screens at the moment. Part and parcel of that Aeronova squad.
Doing a wave back. Brooks waving. We always
Can
Brooks
I just say,
waves. We wave back. That's kind of how it works in the studio.
Well,
One day you will get to see this. I
well,
promise.
one thing I really love is we're racing in Belgium today. Aeronova squad, 2 riders from Australia, 1 from Sweden, 1 from Colombia. I call that everywhere around the world.
It is indeed. It is a multinational squad. It's a multinational race field here in the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, as it is each and every Sunday. 52 Sundays of the year. The Sunday Race Club coming to you. MyWhoosh supporting the cycling esports discipline, and as you can see, supporting riders out and around the world to get out and race. We're in with Jacqueline Almeida from Brazil. You can just see that bike nicely taking over. Bike on the work stand as well, in the background as well. Looks like quite a nice aero frame there in the background. Back geeking out as usual in the background. Great to see Jacqueline in action, and Jacqueline Almeida, part of that WEZ squad with Arias, with Gerardo, and with Liu. Definitely one of our strong riders, and I suspect she's going to be winding it up for this first sprint.
Well, and it's really interesting, isn't it? Because I'm just taking a look at the Category 5 pack, and I'm loving the fact they're waving to each other at the moment. We've got a nice steady rollout. We're all in one pack. Very, very different to the Category 6 start. Eva Nyholm on your screen at the moment. Welcome to the Sunday Race Club, Eva. Great to have you on board. One of our newer riders to the Sunday Race Club. Really good to see her on our screens and in the pack. If you, like Eva, are thinking about joining the Sunday Race Club, now is a great time to head over to mywhoosh.com and click on the events page, onto the Sunday Race Club, download and take a look at all the documentation that you need to come and join us. October is calling.
It is indeed, but we've got to get through September 1st and get to the end of the month, end of our finals. If you are watching live on YouTube, don't forget you can send us messages, questions, whatever you want on there. Pretty much, we ignore
nice things, please.
Generally nice things. It's Sunday. It's a nice chilled out day for some. For others, it's race day. For us, it's one of those days we always look forward to all week, where we see our riders in action, and already the action unfolding here. As Joanna Warren goes, the Warren Super Sprinter family is in action once again. Joanna Warren, the matriarch of the sprinters, on her way in through here in Category 5, goes in through, takes away the 5 points. All will come clear if you watch the rest of the racing throughout the day, or have been watching. You'll know exactly what we mean by the Warren dynasty of sprinters as they make their way through. But Warren taking away top spot in that sprint in Category 5. We'll dive into those results very quickly in a moment, because Category 4 are waiting to go. We need to run you through their teams. 7 teams, so the full complement of prizes available for the 7 teams who have enough riders to qualify. We have 1 team of 5, so well done to the WEZ squad of Fries, Alzet, Tomkinson, Mongelli and Piccolo, a very strong squad as well. We've got 5 squads of 4 riders, the Pedal Artists, the Pedal Queens, the Unity Vibes, the Watt Warriors and the Women's Sprint, and 1 team of 3, which is the Danger 4 squad with 3 in Category 4. It's all about the numbers today. Have you got the strength index? Have you got the numbers to make it count in that team competition? We'll soon find out. Category 4 already. Our 3rd set of riders to leave the pens are on the way here in the 4th of our Sunday race clubs in September. It's our monthly final with our team competition in play. The riders up and racing. Remember, this isn't just about that individual win for those riders in teams. It's also about how you work as a team and how you can make that count.
Well, Mashando de Pavia leading them out at the moment with Gina de Grazia on the screen.
So Gina de Grazia at the moment in action, and you can just see Gina on the with the. That has to be one of the biggest collections of medals we have seen for a long time.
That is so cool, Gina.
Well, we know Gina DeGrassi is one of our absolute star riders. She's really, really key when it comes to putting in the action on the Sunday race club. She's a rider who can sprint, who has changed those talents to climbing, who is always up for a race, for a ride, and very much a rider who we expect to see in action, racing to make the most of the Sunday race club. So good to have Gina on the peg. And I love these different shots because quite often we've seen Gina DeGrazia as a side shot, as a front shot. Now we get to see the pain cave and the motivation of those medals and the mascots.
I love it. So 35 riders on the start sheets in category 4 today, and you can see the pack rolling tight, just shy of 1 kilometre of racing done. The team competition for me should be really, really interesting today. I think we've got 3 teams who could take the win. Unity Vibes, Yao's had a second, Prado's had a first, Ciciolka's had a second. That's a strong, strong squad. Gina DeGrazia is part and parcel of that team. The What Warriors, Kawazuska's had a fourth, the Karmas has had a fifth. Halmassen has had a 4th place. They've got Salgado with them. Then the women's sprint. Well, I don't know whether they're going to be focusing on the sprint or the overall, because Pamplona has had a 3rd place. Corrales has had a 1st and a 5th. Krasova and Al Rey joined them. We've got Veronica Ciciolka on the screen at the moment, part and parcel of that United Vibes squad with Gina DeGrazia. For me, though, do I think anybody can beat them today? I think it's going to be a tough ask, I tell you. They're going to ride really strong. Last month, the team competition, the first 2 teams in Category 4 were separated by 37 seconds. It's going to be tight racing.
It certainly is. And I think one of the things for me about the Unity Vibe squad this time around with Yao, DeGrazia, Predo and Ciciolka is they've got a nice spread. Sometimes they've had a sprint focused team or a bias towards maybe explosive riders. Now they've got a spread of riders, a more balanced team. It may well play to their advantages, but we will have to see how that plays out. In terms of the women's sprint team, you say, will they be going for the sprint? Well, they have done previously. We have generally seen any team that has the word sprint in there, funnily enough, going for the sprint.
Yeah, but I think, Diana Corrales is really on form this month. She's, like I say, she had a 1st and a 5th across the 3 qualifiers this month. And, well, we're seeing the sprint open up at the moment, and it is Manchando de Pavia still leading them out at the moment with a massive sprint off the front. Louisa Schultz and Natalia Idzik, Amy Loxley, all trying to go for this as well. But Manchando de Pavia is leading the charge, and she's going to lead them through in 1. Natalia Idzik is going to come through in 2nd. Louisa Schultz, Kawazuska is in there as well.
And we could see Idzik come through on that yellow wheeled bike, comes charging through. She came through really high watts per kilo, but the Pavia got the jump by going early. Timing is almost as critical as we are seeing riders go through in terms of
timing
power.
Is not always. It is always critical.
No,
it's not almost critical.
No, it's no good having the time, and if you've got the power of a match,
it's no good having the power if you don't time it right.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Sometimes enough power, you can outweigh pretty much anything. We will see. Enough of
disagreements already.
What a surprise. Right, let's go on to category 3. This is our next set of riders away, the 4th of our riders to hit the race route. 6 teams on the start list. So we have 3 teams of 5. Shags, McLeod, Kong, Horner and Vojakova for the chain right team. We have Esler, Bergin, Ramet, Proust and Briggs for the quad collective. And Crank Sisters, Hadlock, Samuel, Hyde, Bauer and Antonella. Up against them, we've got 2 teams of 4. That's the Grit squad and the Riot squad. And 1 team of 3, which is the team of yellow. Time to see if our riders in blue are going to be pulling on the yellow jersey that comes when they cross that finishing line at the end of the race. Riders up and away in category 3 on the September monthly final of the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club.
Well, this Category 3 race is the largest race we have today. 36 riders on the start sheets, and big push off the front. Just getting the pace up for the pack, but the pack wide across the road, and it is packed with talent today. The Chainwright squad, Shanks has had a second and a fourth, and McLeod has had a second place as well. I think they are definitely in the mix today. Quad Collective, I think, is probably the squad they're going to go up against, because Esther's had a third, Bergin's had a first and a fifth, and Briggs has had a third this month. Those two squads, I think, should battle it out really strongly. Now, Riot 3 took the win last month. They've got Bulwara, Lytton, McKay, and Reel. Jen Reel's had a third place this month. She is on form. But this category, for me, they have been so tightly matched, and the strength and depth of this race field is so strong. We've seen riders progress to Category 2 from this race field, but Charlotte Lucas is here, Angelica Robel is here, Flavia Lopez, Carolina Manfron, there's Beltran Montgomery. You can just keep going. It's going to be a really tight race. That's my prediction for Category 3. Not a, standout prediction, but it's the one I'm going with today.
Yeah, it's a pretty safe prediction, isn't it, really? It's a bit like the sun will come up the next day. In with Angel and Hadlock, one of our regular riders on the MyWhoosh Sunday race, one of our regular prize winners and one of our most fearsome competitors for some time now. Good to see Angel on our screens. And yet again, got that Pain Cave in action. I'm loving the bike covers, the covers on the wheels as well. Very different, but a great way to protect your bike. I am a big fan of that, of the neat and tidiness of it.
Well, Lam Kong, Stephanie Briggs, Anna Embring, Peta Antonello, all in this group at the moment. Amy Bradley is there, Barbara Bulwara, and it is Melaine Prowse, Valentina Desenia. They are, I mean, look at that. It's like 2 line of riders deep and 8 riders wide. It is just a steady pace here at the moment. We're in with Barbara Bulwara at the moment, and you can see. So the top right-hand corner doesn't just give you the overhead shot. It also gives you the zones of the riders and the gradient of the road. The rider we are in with being the yellow vertical line. Now, this pack are rolling very steady at the moment towards the first sprint checkpoint. I predict someone will stick their nose out of the pack shortly.
You're full of predictions today.
I am.
Did you have a late coffee?
No, I'm just watching the racing and waiting for it to go. But Category 3, I'll tell you something, they're cagey today.
They certainly are.
Look at them. I mean, it's brilliant. I love it. And one thing I really do love about Sunday Race Cup is just how all 6 categories race the same course very, very differently every week.
Whilst Emma has clearly been snaffling the Smarties and the E-numbers and is on an absolute high already, and we've only just coming in to a sprint. Our riders already are on the move, in the way in through the sprint here. We love the shots of the Pain Cave, and you can just see that kick absolutely critical there. Desena going through ahead of Kong. You can see all these riders really pushing. Every single rider in that group needs to squeeze to go with the group. Otherwise, they end up in trouble. Now, you can see this thing, the second rider from the left-hand side of your screen, the rider who went through the first over the checkpoint. Fantastic kick. Brilliant to see the riders as they make their way in through. So we'll see who is going to take away the top spot when they go to the end of the sprints. Don't forget, this is all about the riders who is on their way to the points, and the points on the top of the climb coming up here for Category 6. So the first climb of the day, let's go into a little bit more detail on that. The course to Kia is essentially a 2-stage climb. Stage 1 takes you almost as high as Stage 2. The second stage is steep and is a critical kick. Emma, in terms of this this breakaway, this gap, we do often see riders go really hard, open the gap, and then one or two riders just trying to chase for the points. But it can be so instrumental going in terms of what comes after.
Yes, and it's what comes after for me that is the most important, because the Kortekir climb is so early. The checkpoint's at 9.8 kilometres into a 37.7 kilometre race. You're right, Matt, it is a two-stage climb, and the steepest section is on the first summit. They then drop down and come to the very top where the checkpoint is, which is where our Category 6 riders on the left-hand side of your screen are coming to at the moment. Londano and Jaskalainen are chasing at the moment. They are chasing Candice Dobbins. She's off the front, and at the moment it's around 19 seconds now, which is brilliant to have at the top and to take the points in the checkpoint and then to take the polka dot skin suit. But realistically, Dobbins after this needs to hold on and wait for Londano and Jaskalainen to form a group of three.
And then Lopes and Quack behind are probably too far back.
Yes,
39 seconds.
They're a significant way back.
25 seconds is quite a long way.
But I would anticipate these three riders now, Dobbins, Jaskalainen and Londano, if they can actually get together, what we'll see is them go through the Tissenhoven-Melbourne sprint together. So they'll go through that sprint checkpoint. Then it's a descent and into the Valkenburg climb. Ange Quapp, Susanna Lopez, Monica Hadjuk. Hadjuk is really strong. They could be a good group if they work together as well and keep the others in sight. But for me, well, Dobbins has gone off the front of the pack, and Hadjuk now has got a lot of work to do.
Well, certainly looking very focused here on the climb. Hadjuk on the ascent here in Category 6. He's going to go through in 7th place, but I think Hadjuk here very focused with the rest of that Skyclaw team in terms of pushing on and making sure they make the most of this. Dobbins leading the race isn't racing for a team. Jaskalainen, who is in 2nd place, is racing for that Skyclaw team. That is the same team as Hadjuk. So they're looking to put riders up the road in quantity. And that is almost the key, isn't it? The more riders you can put up there, the less points are going to go to other riders, and the more likely you are to score the points on the way through. But just as importantly, you're going to have riders at the front where the time is going to be of most advantage. Let's see what's going to happen in Category 5. A little group on the front here. Riders behind being distanced already. You can see that top right-hand side of your screen. Each disc representing a rider. In the blue disc, that is a Category 5 riders. Meanwhile, a little further back down the hillside, Category 4 looks like Carmen Yao is already on the move. And Kawazuska is having to answer this straight away if she wants to go onto the wheels here. This is an interesting move. Yao of the Unity 5 squad has gone.
Yeah, look at the pack behind, though. They're not that far behind. This is the first peak, shall we call it, on this climb, and it's a double peak climb, the Kortekir. So this is the first section here, and well, Yao and Kawazuska are going clear, but Ciciolka, Elos, Prado all close behind, along with that big pack that's now stretching down the road. For me, this is how many of these riders can come back on this small descent before they go into the second kicker, and can anybody then sit in and hang on? We are starting to see groups form in that group behind and splits go, but Ciciolka is really trying to drive here over the top of the first section of the climb to close down the gap. Now, a little bit further back, or should I say a little bit further up the road, Category 5 are now coming towards the polka dot banner. It's literally just around the corner. And Jackie Giuliano, the rider from the USA, is pushing on here. Amy Young, Claudia Gentili, Natalia Becerra, all starting to ride strongly behind. Ting Lu is there as well, but no one's catching Giuliano. Giuliano goes through and underneath the banner. Becerra and Young go through after her. Gentili and Ling, Bago is there as well. Giuliano goes into the polka dot skin suit. I think we're going to see a good-sized group form in Category 5. 8 riders through very quickly.
Indeed. So those riders on the way through as Category 2 are lined up ready to go on the race start now. 17, so full complement of prizes is going to be going out if all our teams finish 3 riders. Remember, it's 3 riders to count, and you have to have ridden 2 qualifiers to make it into a team. And the teams with 5 are big teams of 3. United Cadence, Caramello, Atkin, Ekman, Shani, and Jaramillo. The What Wheels, which is Altamirino, Bonilla, Hoekstra, and Thompson. Those are our big teams of 5, along with the Riot Squad, Wiseman, Nyquist, Hebbersmith, Race, and Sanchez. As they leave the pens, those big teams of 3 also have 3 teams of 4 to contend with the Antipodean race team. I clearly do need more coffee this morning. Antipodean racing team, the Core Squad, along with the Velocity Vikings, and the team of 3, the one team of 3 that makes up our full complement of 7 teams, are the What team.
What?
Indeed, with an H in brackets, which I absolutely love.
I couldn't help myself.
In brackets H, A-double-T.
So the 35 riders on the start sheets in Category 2 as we see them come out of the pen and onto the course at a nice, steady pace here. Last month, 47 seconds separated the top 3 teams. It was really, really close. Velocity Vikings, Riot, and FCC United Cadence. Those were the 3 teams, 1, 2, 3. I think the core squad could get in the mix today. Gonzalez, Rua, Kuma, Giovanni, and Cassani. This is a good course for them. Gonzalez Rua, we know, is really, really punchy. Sprint strong, climbs steep climbs strongly as well. Kuma's had a 3rd, Giovanni's had a 4th this month. FCC United Cadence, Caramillo's had a 4th, X had a 5th. And of course, the Riot Squad, Wiseman's had a 3rd place, and Sanchez has had a 5th place. Nyquist, Hebbersmith, and Reese are in there as well. But most teams, in fact, all the teams bar the Antipodean racing team, have had podium top 5s amongst their squads this month. Schneider, Davison, Banerjee and Marb, though, the Antipodean racing team, never discount them. 2 riders from Germany, 2 riders from Australia. Nice little bit of synergy there. But we're in with Emily Nyquist at the moment. She raced really strongly in Category 3 when she first came into the Sunday Race Club, and has been awarded for her commitment, dedication and progression in Category 2. And I'll tell you something, she's holding her own. She's got a real bag of skills, and she's learnt to race on the MyWhoosh platform and on the Sunday Race Club, and her tactics are really good. Well, Vittori, Otto, London, Reese, Wiseman, Hakkinen, Otto, all in the mix here in Category 2. This is a really steady state start here. Angelica Altamirino, another one of the riders, one of the young under-23 riders from the Philippines, has come up into Category 2 recently. She put in a phenomenal performance on the MyWhoosh Championship. She showed us what a great sprinter she is, and if a pack takes her to the finish line, what a danger she can be. So she's got a great little tool set there in her back pocket and ready to unleash it. Kim Bonilla, her compatriot on that under-23 Philippines squad, also another great sprinter. And those 2, we see them regularly riding and racing together and actually using the same pain cave for the Sunday Race Club. We also see them out and about along the side of the road at events, racing the Sunday Race Club too. And I just love that commitment from the riders from the Philippines.
They are so dedicated. And I have said that about a lot of our riders and teams and the people who are involved in the Sunday Race Club. It's great to see it out and about. It's great to see riders sprinting all over the world, and our riders already kicking off this sprint here in Category 2. 2 riders getting a jump on everybody else. That is Daniil Otto and Anna Svarström, the 2 riders with that big power kick on the way through. Otto takes this one from Svarström. Expect to see a Svarström versus Otto versus Svarström battle all the way throughout this race when it comes to the sprints. Daniil Otto, at the moment, I think just in the ascendancy between the 2, but I'm always happy to be proved wrong when it comes to predictions like that.
No, Daniil Otto has been riding really well this month, and last week in Wollongong she took the win.
Well, let's see if Otto's form can continue to rise as the gradient rises in Belgium. Our riders are rising to the top into Category 1. Well, they are our teams. 7 teams in Category 1, the elite team allocation. Almost all of our riders, bar 3 in teams in Category 1. So, 7 teams, 3 teams of 5. Ablock International with Kolczynski, Hermansen, Holcroft, McCarthy, and Soderstrom. We have the Endorphin squad, which is Lethbridge, Kittle, Tomasi, Ortiz, and Koistonen. We have the breakaway squad of Van Hove, Alberg, Van Heulen, Gallegos, and Bjarhead. Our Category 1 teams with 4 riders. Well, that's all the rest of the teams. Chain Reaction, the Powerpuff Girls, Sweat Sensations, and What Sisters. Time to head out onto our race route here today. Time to see if McCarthy is going to go out with a win. Remember, this is the last Sunday race before our semi-finals. I'm sure she'll be very much intending to set down a marker today that says, well, you're all going to be looking for that jersey in the semi-finals and the finals of the World Championships. But my goodness me, you've got me to beat first, and that is going to take some doing.
Well, Category 1, roll steady out the start pen. Kate McCarthy, the rider we're in with at the moment, in the middle of the bunch in the rainbow jerseys. She's going to be wearing that until November, unless she can defend that championship's title in style. She's zone 1 at the moment. That tells you how steady state start this is. Now, 34 riders on the start sheets in Category 1. And, well, Ablock International took the win last month from Sweat Sensations, but just by 47 seconds. It was really close. And it's going to be interesting. But 3 of the Ablock International team have had top 5s this month so far. 3 of the Sweat Sensations squad have had top 5s this month. Francesca Tomasi from the FCC Endorphins has also had a top 5 this month. That tells you how closely packed this Category 1 group is. One of the things that we're in with Kate McCarthy, she's moved a pain cave around and is setting it all up, and we can see the rainbow bands in the background. Good to have her on a screen. Now, one of the things I love, at the beginning of the race, Kate McCarthy, calm, serene, ready to race. When we see her at the finish, she gives 120% to those finishes. And you see the world champion working so hard. She's hanging over the handlebars to recover.
Certainly do, and it's really interesting to see just how much she uses those efforts to make the way in and through to the finish to as training, where she's given everything in training, because we know quite often she's making that effort when she's got a gap of a minute to a minute and a half. She's still continuing that and using that as a way to improve.
Absolutely.
And I think that will and that desire to improve is what makes a champion, because the moment you stand still, all the rest of the riders are improving. Good to see Elise Gallegos on our screens. In the pain caves there, you can see the flag of the United States of America in the background as Elise Gallegos nicely tucked into the screen. Don't forget, lots of these riders will be riding in our semi-finals, if not all of this race field, pretty much riding in our semi-finals, and I can't wait to see what they can do.
I know. And I tell you, Elise Gallegos is a rider on form at the moment. We've seen her put in some great performances this month. Now, I'm loving, and I'm making a big assumption that those are inspirational photos in the background, but she's also training. She's doing Ironman training as well at the moment, and that is why the form she is on is superb.
And it gives you such a massive base that you can then really do some hard levels after. For those people who maybe not sort of into their training theory, basically think of it as a big pyramid. The more base work you do, the bigger the base you have, the higher you can go. If you try and do too much heavy duty sprint work or high level stuff, it's a bit like having your pyramid upside down, and you haven't got the base. It'll fall over and topple over, and you basically won't be able to complete it. It's not going to happen. So getting that base in, and if you do Ironman training, you've got one of the biggest bases out there.
Well, they're going early on the front here. Lisa Hermansen is driving off the front, trying to pick up the points in the first sprint here. Joanna Tidholm is going too, so is Bridget Kittle. The rest of the pack are just watching and waiting to see what's happened. But Hermansen, well, I tell you something, this month she has just got the jump on everybody.
She's got a fantastic kick, a fantastic sprint, and really seems to have come into her own now that the segments, so sprint segments are no longer segments that are actually checkpoints as such. So when we go for the sprint, it's a checkpoint because it means that she's right up there at the front, and she's often in contention on the way through from start to finish. So therefore, she's challenging. Hermansen, Otto, Desegna, De Pavia, Warren, and Hamilton are riders who have taken away top spot so far in the sprints. That's the Ghent City Sprint. There are winners. They each will be getting a prize for taking that segment prize. And you can see by the times on there,
they were the slowest pack through.
They were indeed a very considered race start, but I don't think that will last, as we all know. Once they get onto the, once they all wake up for the sprint and then onto the first time, things will change. And remember, there is not a huge distance between the Ghent City Sprint that finishes at 2.3k and the start of the climb of the Corte at 5.9 kilometers. So in through the sprint we've gone, already just seen a little bit of a stretch out on the front here as these riders continue to make their way through. You can just see we're in with Kate McCarthy, resplendent in that rainbow jersey. Now, we would love you to be with us for the semi-finals, which is the next stage of Kate defending that jersey. Race times in GST, you need to be in front of your TV screen just before 9 o'clock at GST on the 3rd of October. That is 1700 UTC. If you're in AEST, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. And don't forget, of course, you can pick it up on YouTube as well. We'll be watching those riders in action in the semi-finals. But each and every Sunday, you can watch riders like Karen Michelle Machado de Pavia, the rider who has our green sprint jersey, in action. And you can see working really well here. Now, really tapping out a rhythm, 94 revs per minute at the moment in this group at 15.5k. She's gone through the 2 sprints, and that means she's won.
Yep, she's in that green skin suit. She's won the sprint competition overall today. Great job, that's what I say. Well, Kalmazuska, Yao, Manchando de Pavia, all in that leading group in Category 4. Take a look at what the climb has done to Category 3. They're up and over the Corte and the second sprint, the Tissenhoven-Malvern sprint checkpoint is ahead. Well, the pack are coming in and coming in strong. So Jennifer Reel now starting to wind it up. Gemma Daniels is going as well. But Valentina Desegna in that green skin suit, she's pushing on strongly. She wants to pick up those points and secure that competition. She does. There we go. Valentina Desegna comes through in 1. Holly Bergen in 2. Milene Proust in 3. Jen Reel in 4. And Gemma Daniels in 5, picking up those points. But the pack is big, I tell you. 18 riders in the leading group, still in Category 3. My first prediction earlier on today about Category 3, it was going to be a close race. 18 riders still in the mix at the moment. Fabulous to see.
So at the moment, just watching these riders in Category 2 on their way up this climb, just making the way up the first part 1 of the 2 stages that make up the Corte climb here. And at the moment, Cassani, Giovanni, Vittori, Gonzalez, Ruiz, Sopers, Nyquist, and Hoekstra, the riders leading at the front. You can see Dorothy Gonzalez Ruiz. When we talk about riders on form with a great sprint and a rider never to discount, Gonzalez Ruiz, definitely one of those. Giovanni, fantastic climber alongside her. Then you can see the young Filipino talent, that is Angelica Altamirano, who rode so strongly in that MyWhoosh Championship. And then on the far right-hand side, we have Emily Nyquist, a rider who, if I remember rightly, took the polka dot jersey, the climbers jersey, and was absolutely fine in the MyWhoosh Championships as well.
Yes.
The multi-stage, multi-day race on MyWhoosh.
Yes.
What I would consider to be the best cycling esports event ever.
Would you? You like a stage race?
I like a stage race. I love the stories that unfolded. I love the time that we had to really highlight just what the riders do, how good they were, and the fact they had to do it day after day, that commitment, the time, the big prize money of $1 million for riding it as well. And just the involvement of everybody, including the team at MyWhoosh, who are so committed to it, and the work done by everybody to make it happen in personal pain caves as well as behind the scenes. I mean, it was brilliant.
I know we were talking about how tight category 3 was with 18 riders going through that Tissenhoven Malvern sprint. But have you seen the size of this leading group in category 2? If you look at the top right-hand corner of your screen, about 95% of the pack that started are still in contention.
They are, but we have the second part of the quarter gear to come, and that is where we see that push for the line and that final break. Because if you go too hard here on the stage part 1 of this sort of climb, you then level, you drop level and then drop, and that just gives anybody who's, if it's fractured and you're off the front and there's a big group behind, they can come back to you. You're better off waiting, and you can see riders sprinting in to the back of the group here. You're better off waiting and attacking over the top of the next climb, where you've then got that run down. You've got that sprint point, checkpoint to go for, and generally, because it's at the end of a climb, any good climber can put a better attack in there, and they have a bigger advantage over a non-climber.
Well, I would still say, attacking at the end of the quarter gear climb, which is climb 1 of what are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 climbs today. Only 3 of them are categorised. I'd say is a little bit too early. If I was wanting to win this race, I'd hold my powder for a little bit longer and sit in the wheels until maybe we got to the Eichenberg duo. Ruti Rees may well be doing that. She's on our screen at the moment, the rider from Brazil, looking very composed in the pack, in the draft. Great place to be.
Complete with cowbell hanging off the bike in the background.
Excellent.
Yes.
Is it a cowbell or is it a medal?
Pass. Medal. Maybe.
Well, cowbells, Belgium, Switzerland,
well, it would be
Europe.
Appropriate. It would indeed. Let's see. So a medal. So all our riders deserve a medal. Let's face it. If they're out and racing the Sunday Race Club, you could join them. Download the app on iOS, on Android, and on Windows. Get on board. Get out and ride. Jump on board one of our fantastic missions. The Chasing Rainbows mission still underway. And of course, we have the Race to Glory Recon mission, where you could go out and ride the World Championship routes, UCI 2025 Cycling Esport Championship routes, and get those races ridden. Even if you're not taking part in the championships, it's always good to see, give you a real feel of what the riders are taking on and the courses that they are battling on. At the moment, our riders are in Belgium. You can ride that too. You can ride up the quarter gear. This is the run up on towards the last kicker into that hairpin left-hand turn at the moment. The front of the race starting to stretch. We've got more riders being distanced off the back, more riders being stretched out here. We're in with Gonzalez Ruhr in person on the left of your screen. On the avatar in the big screen, you can see beside it all these riders fighting for position. Nobody wants to get distance at this stage. They all know that they're coming in. Giovanni out of the saddle, really kicking around. You get a great view of the spin there of the legs, of the movement of the bike, the fan rolling on the French rider, second from the left on your screens. Angelica Altamarina out of the saddle here. So is Nyquist, Gonzalez Ruhr, and Giovanni sat down the moment. Giovanni's back out of the saddle as well. They're all sprinting to come around the corner. Now Gonzalez Ruhr gets out very briefly out the saddle, sits back down. This little kick, there we go. She's down again. These riders in and out as they go through the climb, being taken though by Jennifer Goslander, sprinter, come climber, come all-round ruler.
Yes, and this course really suits her. She's won in Belgium before. I'm absolutely adamant about it. And she's in that polka dot skin suit already. There she is on our screens. Goslander, well, she'll be part and parcel of that strong Swedish squad in the semi-finals next week. And she's so strong. She's on great form, and she's riding really well. Emily Sopers, Pia Kuma, Tennille Otto, all leading the charge behind. There is the pack. Coming back to Goslander's wheel.
Now, I'm going to say, I'm going to stand by my sprinter come climber, because do you know where she took her win, her last win on the Sunday Race Club? She's taken 2 wins. When was the last
go on
win?
Then. Where was it?
Paso Alto.
Yeah.
Big climb. Big climb, but having the sprint at the end is critical. Now, category 1 onto the top of part 1 of the quarter gear. Gabby Guerra, spinning away in the pain cave on the left-hand side of your screen, sitting currently just in that pack as they come over the top.
There's more than 14 riders still in that leading
It's
group
a
in
big
contention.
group, isn't it?
It is a big pack, and Hermansen is on the back of it. She always goes well in Belgium, does Lisa Hermansen. It really is a course that suits her. But the pack here, Hermansen, Lennonin, Van Hoveveld and Engstrom have been distanced. They're in the second group further back. So is Gallegos and Koinstenen. It's not a huge gap at the moment and may well start to close before we go on to the second part of this climb. But the second part of the climb, I think, will be more decisive in terms of where that split sits.
So the big group behind chasing to get back on. You want to be in those wheels before they hit the slopes. But if you get distance on a climb once, on climb number one,
it's highly
you're
likely it's going to happen again.
On climb 2 and climb 3 and climb 4, if you manage to get back each and every time. And that is one of the things about this course in Belgium. Whilst there is only 395 meters of ascent in 37.7k, there is, just as importantly, climb after climb, kick after kick. Now, in with Mina Koinstenen in category 1, a quick bit of rehydration. There are plenty of bottles at the side there of Mina in action at the moment, just making sure she gets plenty of oxygen in, ready for the next kick. So riders making the way down, get that oxygen on board before you hit that climb.
Well, Koinstenen there, Alberg, Fua, Meyer, Kalman, Guerra, they are all lining up. They're about to start the second part of the climb. You can see on the top right-hand corner the polka dot banner in the distance. That is where this group is heading. It's a big group of riders at the moment, around 25 riders in this Category 1 leading pack. The second group re-engaged with group number 1, and now, well, the wheels are heading skywards again, and Kate McCarthy comes to the fore. She's punching strongly. Catherine Fua very quickly responding. So is Nicole Meyer. Merle Bruni is there too. Bridget Falensky puts in a huge dig to make sure she doesn't miss the move. Mika Soderstrom is there as well. Holdcroft back in the mix. So the pack starting to move up the second part of the climb, and Tomasi now comes to the fore as well. Van Huling is in the mix too. So is Gabby Guerra. The pack not splitting as much as possible. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 riders off the back. Mina Koinstenen, Kate McCarthy, Catherine Fur and Gabby Guerra on your screens at the moment. You can see the different styles of riding and just how hard the push is. And Koinstenen really working to stay on. McCarthy now up and out of the saddle, dancing on those pedals. Guerra and Fua still sat, pedaling in those pain caves at the moment. Fua right at the front of the pack here. Keeping an eye on Tidholm and Holdcroft, the two riders at the fore. One small kick to go, one small round the corner. Someone's going to want the polka dot skin suit here. Fua gets up out of the saddle. She starts to drive. So does Guerra. Everyone's wanting that polka dot skin suit now. This is the push for the top. McCarthy goes at 12 watts per kilo. Oh, Kate McCarthy has pushed for the line. Fua, Guerra, all in the mix, but McCarthy's going to go over the top of Joanna Tidholm. She's now driving towards that polka dot banner. It's, oh, what a move. What a move. But Tidholm took it from Tomasi, from McCarthy, from Fua and Guerra. And you can see there, so Tidholm leads through Category 1. Gottlando led through Category 2. Proust, Category 3. Yao, Category 4. Giuliano, Category 5. And Dobbins, Category 6. So all of our race fields are now up and over the Kortekeer climb, the first climb of the day out in Belgium. The latter starting races, Category 2 and Category 1, now making their way towards the Tistenhoven-Morven sprint. Category 3, 4 and 5 now up and over the Valkenburg climb as well, the second of our categorized climbs. So Joanna Tidholm, look at that polka dot, absolutely fabulous, and she's gone clear, well and truly clear of the rest of the pack. She's 300 meters down the road.
Great move. Go hard, go over the top, Go push, keep kicking, and keep on going. And absolutely brilliant to see. And this move by Tidhome, I think, is a great move by the team here. I think,
Yeah.
is it the Powerpuff Girls?
It is
the
indeed
team?
the Powerpuff Girls, Tidhome, Filensky, Engstrom, and Lennonin. Nice move.
So great move by Tidham down the road, mixing it up in amongst the riders in Category 1. A little bit further up the road, let's go to our Category 5 riders. We're in with Amy Young at the moment. They're at 24.7k, which means that they're on the climb of the Eichenberg Hill rather than the Eichenberg climb. This has a slightly more roller top to it,
Yes.
so it's not quite such a sharp juxtaposition between the climb and the descent. It is more of a steady increase in pace as you go over the top. At the moment, Young, though, has got plenty of company there. It's not a solo move. Bago in there as well with Young, and a number of riders just holding around the sides there. Bago riding for the Petit Four squad. Young at the moment, riding individually this time around. Ting Liu is in there as well. Now she's riding for the WEZ squad.
Yes, and what is quite interesting is his leading group in Category 5 are all coming onto the back of the leading group in Category 6. And you can see Dobbins, Jaskalainen, Lopez and Londano, the four riders leading Category 6. That's the group just ahead.
Very early in the stage. The race at 25k to be coming up on the leaders. Quite often we'll see that later, but I think that's a testament to just how brutal this course is. It's front loaded with that Kortekia coming early, with the sprints coming early, with the Valkenberger, then these two, the Eichenberg Hill and Climb. Then you have that longer gap to the final climb of the day.
You do. It is an 8.8 kilometre climb from the top of the Eichenberg climb to the finale and to the finish. And of course, that final climb to the checkered flag. Well, Category 6 are at the head of the race at the moment. They were the first group of racers out of the start pen today, 51 minutes ago. Category 1 are on the left-hand side of your screen. They left the start pen 21 minutes ago. The last group on the road. They are coming towards the Tissenhoven-Malvern sprint, and there it is, and away they go. And that looks to me like a big push off the front, and it looks to me like Joanna Tidholm has already gone through. It's going to be interesting to see what the gap is.
So Tidholm going through there at 20:37. That's about 50 seconds by my reckoning to the riders in the main group who are only going for points there rather than the prize. Remember, each time the riders go through a checkpoint, that checkpoint has a prize for each of our riders if they are the first rider in their category through. Tidholm cleaning up on that as well as taking that top spot going in through on the previous one. So interesting to see. Let's jump across to category 4 here with Seba Alray. Good to see Seba here in the Pain Cave once again. Seba, we need something else in the background. I'm a great fan.
We don't.
Yeah, I'm a great fan of backgrounds on Pain Caves. And whilst I always love to see the riders, their Pain Cave can tell us so much about them.
Well, in which case this is telling me that Seba Alray is clean, clear and focused.
Minimalistic.
It tells me a lot about her.
Minimalistic. I mean, I like the fact that you've got to take the wheel off, put it on the bike before you can put your helmet on as well. Not that you need your helmet if you don't have two wheels on the bike.
Well, Seba Alray in the pack here. They're at 23.7 kilometres and it's a strong group. But at the moment, Knowles is 1 minute up the road. So this is a chase group in the Category 4 pack. And what's interesting is they're sweeping up other riders. So we've got a Category 5 rider, Montoya, is in the mix here. A Category 6 rider, Veronica Areas, is about to be caught. And in the latter part of this race, we are going to see mixed groups come together.
So category 4 here. This group with Seba Alray in just making the way in and along as we're going to drop in with Melissa Scriven, the rider from Scotland in action here. Good to see Mel in action. Now you see, I like the inspirational and I like the balance of the background of the Pain Caves of Mel Scriven. I'm on backgrounds today. So you can see you've got a very balanced, symmetrical background there. Absolutely loving that. It makes me very happy, that little OCD Matt, the balance in the background is absolutely superb. 10 out of 10 mil. You take the prize for the most
So
symmetrical
does
and
that
nicely
mean?
balanced background. Two
I love it.
caps and the jerseys and the bag. It is brilliant.
I like to see now Mel's power numbers between her right leg and her left leg, and to see whether they're symmetrically balanced as well.
Well, if you have the right kind of power cranks or power pedals, and you are able to put that data down. So great to see Mel in action. And am I right in thinking Mel's qualified for the semi-finals? I think I am.
I don't know. I've not looked at the women's start list yet.
Have you not? I have.
No.
No, okay. Is that only because I formatted and printed the men's version of it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm pretty sure she's been paid.
Well, you print the start list and I'll have a look.
Okay, I'll do my admin.
Alexandra Knowles is in her cracking jersey yet again, with inspirational cycling pictures all around her. Knowles riding really strongly here, and she's up and out the saddle at the moment, and you can see the focus there. Really, really strong, pushing on and continuing to work here. I'm just taking a look. She's around 50 seconds back off of the Category 4 riders ahead.
And each time I see the background of Alexandra with the paintings, I always go through this quandary. I'm still in a quandary of what painting would I get Alexandra to paint? If you were, let us know. If you were going to get Alexandra to paint one picture, what would that picture be of?
Well, Amy Young at the moment, leading the Category 5 pack, has caught the leading group in the Category 6 race. So the leaders on Category 5, catching the leaders in Category 6. Their mixed group is the leader on the road at the moment. They're at the 28-kilometre marker. Well, just coming up to it at the moment. And Amy Young now continuing to push. And the question is here for this Category 5 group, do they sit in with Category 6 or do they just push on through?
You're on the climb. This is a key climb. This is Eichenberg climb. There's a prize at the top. There's at stake team time as well. And that's the one thing to remember. Time is absolutely of essence in this race, in the finals, more so than it is at any other time. Because when you go to SRC finals, when you're in a team, every second can count. You've seen team competition being won by seconds, by fractions of a second before now in the team competition. So for me, it's absolutely critical that you make as much time as you can. If you're in a leading group and you sit up and you take it easy and you maybe just go with another group, and that costs you 3 seconds, and your team goes from being first team to second team by 2 seconds, you're going to be kicking yourself, and your team are going to be giving you kicking too.
Well, I'm not sure the team are going to be giving anybody a kicking. This is a supportive developmental environment.
Not in my team.
Nobody joined Matt's team. That's the learning from today.
Don't do it. It's not worth it.
At the moment, you make some valid points in there, that actually, even if you're off the back of the group, keep riding because the seconds do count. But I'm not quite sure I'd go with the team mentality in your squad. Young, Becerra, Wilhelm and Lou. Gentili just slightly off the back of that group. She's going to need to close that down. Manon Holtman is in the mix in the Category 6 race. She's in a group of Category 5 riders as well. They've caught her. Now, her job really would be to stay in that group if she could utilise the draft, but they are about to come onto the climb. And while Category 5 riders are a category above Category 6 for a reason, and that's because of the power profile of the riders. But Holtman, you can see there, nice pedalling cadence at the moment. Still 94 revolutions per minute. Nice pedalling cadence.
Indeed, really spinning that round. A real spin there. A very classic grip position there, getting that power down, being able to spin that round and really get that flick and kick. A very continental grip position on the back. Fantastic to see the big screen there as well. Loving that massive screen in the background.
The Category 4 leading pack going through.
All these riders just charging through at the moment, and you can see Category 4, the pace and the power that Category 4 put down. It really shows when you come together on a climb, and coming together here, of all the places coming together, really key. The top of the climb, not far away for the leaders on the road. That at the moment is the Category 5 leaders. On the right of your screen, run the Category 4. On the left of your screen, Amy Young at the moment in there. Becca is the rider with the maximum points so far. Becca starts to kick on the right in that polka dot skin suit. She's going over the top of Young. Young trying to respond to this, but Becca has got the timing to perfection here. Natalia Becker will extend her lead at the top of the points standing. standings. And because that is the Eichenberg climb and the final categorized checkpoint of 3,
Yep.
it does
Job
mean
done.
it is indeed Natalia Becker, subject to getting to the finish, and of course all the verifications and checks that are carried out on every single one of our riders. Then it does mean that Becker will be taking away the overall win in that competition.
Well,
Young on the move, over the top, just keeping that pace and that tempo there.
Yeah, so Becerra, Young, Lou, Wilhelm, those 4 riders pretty much together at the moment. Katie Bago and Claudia Gentili 15 seconds back. Candice Dobbins, I tell you, has just gone over the top of the polka dot banner as well, leading the category 6 race.
Yeah, Dobbins, a fantastic ride by her, goes over the top, almost 1 hour of riding in, and Dobbins leading that category 6 race, and she's got a reasonable gap now. That is going to be 30 seconds or so to Jaska Leinen, and for me, the big question for me here is, does she stay? Because she's got company. I think she's got Jackie Giuliano with her at the moment, which is category 5 rider. If Dobbins can stay in, that is really going to help. Now, let's drop in with some of our category 4 riders. We've got Germain Bredo, bottom left-hand side of your screen. You've got Veronica Cicielka just above it. You can see the effort on Germain Bredo's face here. Cicielka really working hard. Yao leading the group up. She's just at the very top of the screen there. So you've got Yao, you've got Prado, you've got Elos, Kawazuska, and Cicielka, all very close. Stemmen is not out of this either at the moment at 4 seconds. That is a closable distance as they go in towards the line, but look at Yao go. And now the rest of this group are looking at this. Prado really does not want to let Yao go. She knows the danger of letting Carmen Yao up the road. She doesn't want to let that happen. She wants to close the gap down here, get that group over, and the effort that you put in now could distance somebody like Stemmen. It could be enough. Could she lose Kawazuska? Every second is going to count. Big push in over the line, over the top there. Pareto circuit in the oxygen. Great push there by her. You see the effort. Cicielka looking dangerously cool, calm, and collected to say that we are going to finish on a climb of a very similar profile.
Yeah, really, really interesting to see that. So Carmen Yao going over in 1, Jeremy Prado in 2, Geneva Elos in 3, Veronica Ciciolka in 4, Isabella Kawazuska in 5. It's 4 seconds back to Suzanne Stenman as well.
Stemmen's gap, it was hovering at 4 seconds. It stayed at 4 seconds. It wasn't really going anywhere. And I think that for me, really, really critical that she's still in touch at this point, because it does mean that there's plenty left in the tank and that she's got a chance to actually push on. It may be that she can close down. Depends on what the rest of the riders do. Now, back into category 1.
Yes, and at the top of the Valkenburg, really interesting moves now. So Joanna Tidholm went over with what looks to me like
26 seconds, no chance?
No, a little bit more than that.
30.
Yeah, about 30-second gap to Tomasi. Ortiz in 2, Guerra in 3, McCarthy in 4, Filensky, Veltz, Meyer, Bruni, Kolczynski, Van Hove, Bjarhead, Alba, Gallegos, Soderstrom, Van Shaw, Koisnen, Holdcroft, Fua, Van Hove, Kiddle, and Hermansen, all in the same group. 1 in front, 21 behind.
Now, going over the Valkenburg, this is the second of our categorized climbs. The second climb, it's the third sort of climb section, if you like, if you split Korskia in 2. It's essentially kind of the halfway marker for me. And at the moment, we've got Tidholm down the road for 30 seconds. You've got Tomasi putting a push over the top for those climb points. But she's got a problem because she can't beat Tidholm unless Tidholm has an absolute disaster, because Korskia and Valkenburg both went to Tidholm. So that's maximum points. That's 10 points there. And that means there's at least a 2-point gap back to Tomasi minimum. I think now, for me, it's about whether they bother closing down Tidholm or whether Tidholm just goes off the front. And I think there is a degree of tapering going on for those semi-finals at this stage from our 2 big favourites in terms of Gabby Guerra and Kate McCarthy in the women's race field for the World Championships.
Well, yes and no. I think you can't take anything away from Joanna Tidholm and the fact that the Powerpuff Girls have put her down the road, and she's doing an absolutely brilliant race. Do not take anything away from her at all.
No.
The question here is, what are the plans for the riders behind, and how is it going to play out? Well, in Category 3, it's playing out strongly because this big group of racers, 18 of them, had come into the base of the climb and are pushing on strongly at 28.6 kilometres. Are going to come around the bend and see the polka dot banner. Montgomery, Daniels, Briggs, Proust, Braidley, all in the mix. So is Walkenhurst. You can see Shanks, Bulwara, Beltran and Montgomery on your screens at the moment. All of them are fighting the battle for that polka dot banner, and it's Proust in the polka dot skin suit who's going hard and going strong. Gemma Daniels and Julia Montgomery pushing on behind. No one wants a gap to form at this point in time because they're going to go over the top and onto the descent straight away. But Proust at the moment just showing why she's wearing polka dots today. What a push, what a drive. She goes over the top of the Eichenberg climb in 1, Gemma Daniels in 2, Julia Montgomery in 3, Heather Shanks in 4.
Great riding by Milena Proust of France, taking away top spot. Gemma Daniels in 2. Montgomery in 3 there with Embring and Walkenhurst. Great top 5, but huge group there going over the top. We've had 18 riders in Category 3 go through there already. And that shows you just how much of a battle we are going to have into that final. It could go down to a sprint of the final climb in Category 3. And that is going to be absolutely brutal.
Do you know what I think the message from Joanna Tidholm is today to the rest of the race pack? Don't forget, Sweden put 6 women into the final last year. We can do it again.
I don't think you can ever discount the Swedish women's squads. It's so strong. I mean, a really great interview on the Virtual Velo podcast we mentioned before with Mika Soderstrom about Swedish women and their racing and riding. And I have to say, you can't discount any one of them or discount all of them together. Take your pick, one or all. They are very, very strong. And I think Joanna Tidholm's moved down here. I love the bravery. To go down the road. So that's what we want to see. People who are aggressive, have a go, prepared to have a dig and use and speculate upon the racing and speculate that they might have a chance.
So Tidholm on the left-hand side of your screen, the pack on the right, they are moving now at 23.6. It's nearly 350 metres separating the group. Looking absolutely brilliant, I'll tell you. Tidholm is looking strong. They're coming into the duo of the Eichenbergs, the Eichenberg Hill and then the Eichenberg Climb. They really are becoming the decisive duo in the Belgium racing. But there's also the final climb today, that additional 2.7k from the standard course in Belgium that the women have raced before is going to make a difference. But with 34 seconds, Gallegos, Van Hove, Olberg, all now at the front of the pack. Tidholm is on the move.
So great riding by Joanna Tidholm, riding of the Powerpuff Girls, doing a great job on the front of this race, opening up the gap and collecting plenty of sprint segments, plenty of climb segments on the way through. She's taken every climb and every sprint segment with the exception of the Ghent City Sprint, I think. And I'm pretty sure she didn't take that. I think that went to Lisa Hermansen, if I remember correctly. Yep. So that is basically a great way, because realistically, when you are faced with world champions, world medalists in the racing in Category 1, and you're looking at how can your team maximise what we do, well, partly it is about making sure that you get your team across the finishing line somewhere in that team competition to get some team prize, whatever that's going to be. But also by going out of the front super early, it is all about going hard, putting the effort in, and making sure that you clean up. And she's cleaned up there. So the riders in Category 3 and Category 4 together here as they make their way along the course. Category 1, though, are currently at 24.5k, just onto the early slopes of the Eichenberg Hill. This is before our final climb checkpoint. So let's see how those riders continue up this climb. At the moment, though, the pressure is on with world champion Kate McCarthy in action. McCarthy on the move. Remember, Kate McCarthy will be riding those semi-finals on the 3rd of October. All the riders have to ride the semi-finals if they want to make it to the finals. Top 20 riders going through in the women's and the men's competition. You need to be tuned in GST Gold Standard Time. It's 9 o'clock race start for the women. It's an 11 o'clock race start for the men for stage 1. We'll be going through for a fair amount of time on the broadcast. Make sure you join us for that.
Dana Davison at the moment on your screen, Category 2, just watching that leading group in Category 1 swarm past her. Dana Davison, a phenomenal rider in her own right and in that Category 2 race, but those Category 1 racers are firing on all cylinders today. They're chasing Joanna Tidholm, who's down the road. Look at the pack split. 21 riders came into the base of the climb together, chasing Tidholm. They are all over the road now.
Indeed, and Dana Davison getting a grandstand view of them coming past. A great medal hall in the background, by the way, as the riders come through in Category 1. And at the moment, this is the rider who's on the move, Kate McCarthy, world champion for 2024. Well, will she be champion in 2025? She's actually held that jersey for more months in 2025 than she did in 2024 because the finals in the end of the calendar year, towards the end of the calendar year.
I had to work that out. But Kate McCarthy on your screen at the moment, you can just see how hard the world champion works to close the gap down to the wheel of Tidholm. It was a 35-second gap. It's now down to 4. They're up and over the first part of the Eichenberg Hill. They're going to drop down and descend to the climb.
And you can just see in the background, I'm not sure if this is just me, but I think there's been an upgrade in the computer department as well for Kate McCarthy there in the pain cave. I'm ready to be corrected on that by the team there. McCarthy now making sure she's getting as much power as she can, not just to the pieces, but also through the pedals as she goes up here. Look at the speed. She catches Joanna Tidholm. She's on to the heels here as they go over the top. McCarthy bridges across in one fell swoop on one climb and one descent. McCarthy has made the move from the group of chasers right the way to the front of the lead. She joins Tidholm, if but briefly. Tidholm now needs to decide, is she going to get on? McCarthy takes a deep breath here. The legs are stinging. It's time for a quick drink. It gives Tidholm the chance. Tidholm into the aero tuck.
Into the super touch.
Yep, top right-hand side of your screen when you're riding. You click the button, it gets you an aero tuck. It gives you less wind resistance. It gets you the speed and pace. This is in the 5.3.0 release.
Well, I'll tell you what's also really interesting is the pack behind have not been pushing on hard. They've been actually, what I would say, a much steadier pace. They're not interested in closing the gap down to Kate McCarthy, Fua, Bruni, Van Hooling, all in that group behind. And so is Mika Soderstrom, Bridget Kiddle. They're all taking a rest and recovery. But look at the size of it. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 riders in that chasing group at the moment going into the base of the Eichenberg climb. Let's remind ourselves, from the top of the Eichenberg climb, it's an 8.8k run to the finish. The final 1,000 meters of that is uphill.
Can I say something really, really different here? If I was in this group, I'd be putting a message out to everyone going, no one attack, everyone stay together till we get to the top of the Eichenberg climb, and then we team time trial as a team of 10 to the finish, and we pull them back.
Well, that would be a really interesting move, but let's just take a little look, shall we?
Come on, guys, come on,
yeah,
do it.
I mean, looking to see who's actually got squads in there. That's the issue, isn't it? Because
no, but I'd be saying the whole 10 riders.
Well, no, but that's not going to work, is it at all? Because they all want to fight in the team competition. But Guerra, Fua, Bruni, and Mayer are in there. That is the sweat sensations. That could happen. But you've got to remember, Kolchinsky, Holdcroft, and Soderstrom from Ablock International are in the pack, and they've got a rider down the road in Kate McCarthy. So why would they help?
I mean, realistically, they won't. But you know, I quite.
It was just a random thought, wasn't it, Matt?
It wasn't. No, it was an aspirational thought for the best way to close down. But you don't have 10 riders working for the same team or, the same nation. I think that's always the same thing, isn't it? It's team tactics do come into play. And when you've got a rider down the road, it really does set that foundation. At the moment, you've got to remember that it's Joanna Tidham down the road for the Powerpuff Girls, but we've got McCarthy down there from Our Block International. And this is setting Our Block International up for a fantastic finish. We've got Kolchinsky, we've got Hamaz and Holcroft and Soderstrom backing up McCarthy.
We have indeed. It's team competition as well as an individual competition today because we are on the monthly finals. We're at 37.4 kilometres, 300 metres to go in the Category 5 race now. Amy Young is leading the charge, but Ting Lu is climbing and climbing strongly. Becerra is in the polka dot skin suit. She's 3 seconds back with Maria Wilhelm. Claudia Gentili, Katie Bago and Jackie Giuliano are out of this now, but 4 riders potentially still in contention as they come towards the finish line. It is not far off, around 200 metres now. Young, Liu, Becerra starts to dig from behind. She's closing the gap down and getting back on the draft of Ting Lu. Amy Young leading them as they see the UCI banner just around the corner. Where is the push going to come from? Natalia Becerra is the rider on the back as she swings wide to come up alongside Lu. Young digs big style on the front here. Amy Young kicks. She's the first to go. Ting Lu now starts to respond behind. Becerra comes back into the mix, but Amy Young has gone first. She's rewarded with the win today in Category 5 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club.
So Amy Young takes her very first win on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. What a time to do it in the finals in September. She comes in over the line 1 hour, 9 minutes and 47.7 seconds of racing ahead of Ting Lu and Natalia Becerra, followed by Wilhelm. They're your top 4 so far, with Pedal Dancers putting in the 3rd and 4th place rider so far. Meanwhile, a little bit further down the slopes, we've got Candice Dobbins on your screen, the rider up the road there in polka dot, and we've also got Carmen Yao on the way in towards the line as well. This is going to be a really fast finish. Lots of people on the way in. First of all, this is Candice Dobbins of Category 6 on the way towards the line.
Yeah, Candice Dobbins has done a phenomenal job today in Category 6. She's in the polka dot skin suit. She led early on in the race today in Category 6. So welcome to the Sunday Race Club, Dobbins. Congratulations on the win in Belgium. Candice Dobbins takes the win in Category 6. The race is on behind in Category 4, and it's Cicioka versus Kawazuska versus Prado versus Yao. Yao is in the polka dot skin suit coming from behind. We've got Cicioka and Prado on our screens at the moment, and Veronica Cicioka is driving strongly, but here comes Carmen Yao and German Prado. Kawazuska and Elos is in the mix. Cicioka, can she hold off Yao on the line? Yes, she can. Veronica Cicioka takes the win in Category 4 from Carmen Yao. German Prado is there as well.
Well, the last win for Veronica Cicioka was in Belgium back in May. She takes the win here today. Said she was looking dangerously cool, calm and collected when it came in towards that final climb, the penultimate climb. She was looking calm. She was certainly that on the run into the finish. Cicioka, Yao, Prado, Kawazuska, Elos, Stenman, looks like Pavia in there as well. It's a really fast run towards the line. In terms of team competition, Category 4 Team Unity Vibes have indeed won with Cicioka, Yao and Prado. We've got Phoenix taking the win in Category 5 so far. Gentili, Giuliano and Santos ahead of Aeronova, which is Hermansen, Samuel and Sudibio.
Well, the push is on here and the drive is on. This is the leading group in Category 3. Yep, I said it was going to be close at the beginning, and it is. Walkenhurst, McLeod, Bennett, Essler, Proust, Bergin, Embring, Desenya, Daniels, Real, Lucas, all in the mix. It's a big group of riders. They've got 500 metres to go, and the drive is now on the front, and Shanks is in the mix. So is Amy Bradley. So is Kate McLeod, and it's Kate McLeod. Do you know, she likes to go long and she likes likes to go hard, but Kate McLeod has gone again. Can she hold it this time? This tactic has worked for her. Well, it has worked for her once or twice before. On the odd occasion, she gets caught out and ends up in second place. But at the moment, Shanks, Bulwara and Montgomery are on your screen on the left-hand side. McLeod has gone off the front. Shanks is doing the chasing here. Walkenhurst is pushing on. So is Bradley. So is Bergen. Bergen is coming strongly from behind. Bergen, well, she took the win last week in Wollongong, but McLeod at the moment's got a 5-second gap. There's 150 metres to go here in the Category 3 race. What can Shanks, Bulwara and Montgomery do? Can they close down Kate McLeod? Can Kate McLeod hold it? Shanks starts to push again. There's the UCI banner. McLeod is going to come in. McLeod is going to take the win today in Category 3 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club September final. They're not going to close her down. McLeod in 1. Shanks, I think, is battling with Bergen side by side. Bergen is going to come through for second. She's going to take Heather Shanks on the line. That was a great finish in Category 3.
Well, Shanks and Bergen both qualifying for the MyWhoosh semi-finals, the UCI World Championship semi-finals powered by MyWhoosh. Both of those in there. McLeod there taking her third win. The previous two wins coming in Alula on the Adventure Loop and Hederia Ascend in July and June respectively. So continuing that winning trend. Second last week, McLeod, and clearly on good form at the moment. Okay, let's drop across after the frantic run. Just dropping in with McCarthy, who has got the gap to the rest of the riders, 37 seconds at the moment. We're going to use this little brief interlude to do some quick roundups for you. Team competition, first of all. Category 3 teams. Quad Collective taking the team win. Bergen, Essler and Prowse coming through, backed up by Stephanie Briggs. Now, the Grit team coming in second place in Category 3. That is DeSegna, Bradley and Daniels. Then the Riot 3 team, Riel, Ballara and McKay coming in third in Category 3, with the Yellow squad coming in fourth place in Category 3. That's Montgomery, Embry and Beltran. In Category 4, Unity Vibes taking that win, as we said, which is Cici Yao and Prado. From the What Warriors in second, that is Isabella Karasuska, Laura Takans and Maria Hamarson in second place. The WEZ squad taking third place. Friars, Tomkinson and Piccolo taking fourth place, Latriglia, Majuska and Idzik of Danger 4. Then the Pedal Artists coming through with Vinart, Chu, Loxley and Knowles. And then the Pedal Queens of Schultz, Howella and Downing. In Category 5, Phoenix from Petit Four from Aaron Nova and from the WEZ squad. All the results on mywhoosh.com/results.
39 seconds separating those top 3 teams in Category 3. It was a close race today. I'm taking a look at that Category 2 pack and thinking the team competition is going to be just as close there. And that Category 2 pack, well, it is a big group of riders. Gothlander led the charge over that final climb with Otto, Giovanni, Karamani and Kasani. Big group. I'm just taking a little double check here to see if we can do a count on how many are in there. I am looking at, I reckon that is 24 riders.
24 riders. One rider's trying to keep cool. Gonzalez Rueda. That is a nice vest. Gonzalez has got, and also just seen just the pack of ice there just across the face. So just trying to keep cool, trying to keep that core temperature down. Riding for the core squad, Gonzalez Rueda. Very strong squad. Always difficult to beat, but it can be done depending on how it unfolds. It's a big group. And the way this race route goes, we've got sort of selections at the Kortekia, selection at the Valkenberg, and then selections at the Eichenberg Hill and Climb. And then this sort of flat section, it almost means everybody gets a chance to get a bit of a rest in. And I know it's not pancake flat, but it might as well be, because everybody gets a rest in here, and that means it's almost like somebody's pressed a reset button. You're almost starting again from scratch.
Well, and that's about how much you train your recovery, because it is push, recover, push, recover, push, recover. It's 3 and 5 minute efforts that we're looking at here, and the repeatability of them and your recovery in between is a key thing to train. And Kimberly Hoekstra, I'm sure, is part and parcel of training that ability, because these types of courses really test it, as opposed to the courses which we see on the Sunday Race Club with the seriously long 20, 30, 40-minute climbs at the end. So there's a real mixed bag and a mixed bag of training required. A little bit like what we're going to see in those semi-finals on October 3rd.
Indeed, we are now. Next, right, we get a look into the pay cap. It is Christine Schneider. Schneider here, keeping that rhythm nice and smooth at the moment. The rider here just keeps that spin working well at the moment. You can just see very focused in front, 94 revs per minute. Plenty of flexibility to respond to the moves. Just coming in towards the climb here as we make our way in. This climb will kick. The riders will start to ascend, and then it's going to be about who has got the most in the tank, who wants it the most.
Wow. I think there's a number of riders who want it a lot. The question is, who does want it the most? We will very shortly see. They're at 35.9k into this 37.7 kilometre race. Schneider, Caramello, Giovanni, Heber Smith, Manshandi, Sopers, Eck. A large number of those riders have put in phenomenal performances before. Now, Ruti Rees and Maria Thompson, a little bit further back in that Category 2 race, are about to see the world champion come past. Kate McCarthy is on a charge here. She's not just set the pace up the climb of the Eichenberg Hill and climb. She's continued to time trial her way to the finish, and she's about to time trial her way past Thompson and Rees. Rita Rees on your screen at the moment, and you can see the sun will slowly be coming up in Ruti Rees's world soon. That's that lovely shade of blue out of the window that indicates dawn is coming. Tidholm, Soderstrom, Guerra are now nearly a minute back on McCarthy as McCarthy continues to drive towards the finish line today.
So Kate McCarthy, our current world champion, who will be in action on your screens on Friday. And don't forget, make sure you tune in. Make sure you subscribe to the MyWhoosh YouTube channel. Hit the subscribe button, get notified when we go live. We'll be bringing you stages 1, 2, and 3. The women's stage 1, then the men's stage 1, then the women's stage 2, and the men's stage 2, and the women's stage 3, and the men's stage 3. All our super short stages. We expect the whole thing to be done and dusted super fast. We are going to be really looking forward to that. We are ready. We're going to be putting plenty more prep on the way in and through. Very excited by what's coming your way. We can't tell you exactly what it's going to be. We're not allowed to. It's in the contract, so I can't tell you anything about it. But you know what? You're just going to have to tune in to find out. So make sure, subscribe on Friday, whatever you are doing Friday, UTC 5 o'clock in the evening, UTC Unified Time Zone, also known as Greenwich Mean Time, 5 o'clock. First race kickoff, so make sure you tune in from about 4:30, 4:45. We will be on your screens. Emma Martin and myself, Matt Payne, bring you all of that action. Don't forget, you can follow Emma, get in touch with her at biking_Emma, or myself at Matt Fix Payne. You never know, I might switch social media back on by then.
Well,
for a little while.
I'll tell you what, the Category 2 riders are switching the power on now, because they've got 500 metres of this climb left, and Ana Caramello is the rider who's gone off the front, the rider from Portugal. Gonzalez Rua is chasing Dorothy Gonzalez Rua. She loves a race in Belgium. Sophie Giovanni is up and out of the saddle and pushing on those pedals. So is Emily Nyquist. Jennifer Gothlander is still seated. Gonzalez Rua, Hoekstra, Otto, Kuma, Sopers, London Giovanni. Caramello is the rider they are chasing. Who's going to get to the banner first? They've got around 250 metres left of the race to go. This is the high point. This is the steep point. It's going to flatten slightly, but Gonzalez Rua has gone long. She's gone hard. Caramello is fading as Gonzalez Rua now starts to work towards that banner. You can see the look of concentration on Gonzalez Rua's face as she continues to move. Caramello is going backwards to Neil Otto. Well, who can challenge Dorothy Gonzalez Rua? No one can. Gonzalez Rua takes the win in Category 2. Caramello in 2. Otto in 3. What a finish. Great racing. That's how it's done. Well, Kate McCarthy showing you a different way to do it today in Belgium. She went on those Eichenberg climbs. She chased Tidholm down. She closed the gap. She has time trialled her way to the finish line. The world champion takes the win on the September final on the Sunday Race Club.
Well, great riding by Kate McCarthy in the last Sunday Race Club prior to our semi-finals, taking away the win in Category 1, following that amazing finish in Category 2.
Well, there's a right battle going on here for second place today. Catherine Fua, Gabby Guerra, Francesca Tomasi, Maria Holdcroft, all in the mix here. 4 riders. It's Guerra. It's Fua who's leading the charge here. She's got 150 metres to go. That's the finish line. Fua versus Guerra. Who's going to take it today? Catherine Fua is pushing on those pedals, driving strongly. Guerra in 2. They're on the same team. Fua comes through for second. Guerra for third. Holdcroft, I think, is going to take fourth from Söderström. Wow, what a race.
And here are we seeing Catherine Fua on a sprint and a short climb show us that she is peaking for those semi-finals and those finals. That is a finish that will be very reminiscent of collecting points all the way out and around the courses in those semi-finals. What will it be? We'll have to find out. Right. Okay, next rider's on the way into the finish.
So Van Hurling is battling with Bridget Kiddle and Camilla Ahlberg here for the lower places in the Category 1 race. Van Hurling is going to take this here ahead of Kiddle. That's for 9th and 10th, rounding out the top 10 in the Category 1 race. Now, the team competition, Matt.
It is super, super close. If you take a look at your screens, you can see that we have got Ablog International's Mary Kate McCarthy taking away the win in 58 minutes, 7 seconds. McCarthy came through 44 seconds ahead of Fur and Guerra. They are Sweat Sensations rider, but it is Adblock International who take the team win in Category 1 from Sweat Sensations in 2, from the Endorphins in 3, from the Breakaways in 4. Between the teams, well, it's pretty much a minute ago, isn't it?
Well, the time gap between that Adblock International and Sweat Sensations, 58 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
what a competition. What a competition. What a finale to September.
Very quickly tell you the top teams in Category 2. Core taking the win. Dorothy Gonzalez leading that team of Pia Kuma, Sophie Giovanni and Sudia Kasani in home ahead of the Velocity Vikings and the United Cadence squad. All the results for the individuals, for the teams and for all of the segments on mywhoosh.com/results. Whilst you're on there, make sure you download the app. If you haven't done already, why not? Jump on board. It's free. No fuss. Just jump on, just ride, just get on and race. You can download on iOS, on Android and on Windows. Make sure that you give at MyWhoosh a follow on social media. You can follow me, it's at Matt Fixerpain. You can follow Emma at biking_Emma. And don't forget, if you do one thing on your computer this week, that is subscribe to the YouTube channel.
Yes.
To be notified when we go live for the UCI Cycling Esports World Championship semi-finals. We have over 150 men and 150 women taking to the start lines of our semi-finals. 3 points-based stages to fight over. We've got some fantastic stages, a great parkour. I hope you're going to really enjoy the racing and the show. Make sure you join Emma, myself, and the team from MyWhoosh there. We are going to take a short break because before we get to that point, we have our men's finals on the Sunday Race Club for September, the last one before those semi-finals. We will be back with that shortly. Make sure that you get yourselves refreshed, rehydrated, refueled, and ready for more racing on the monthly men's final here on MyWhoosh on the Sunday Race Club. But from Emma, myself, and all the team, we'll see you shortly.
Goodbye.
Hello and welcome to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, to our monthly finals. It's our final race, it's the men's race, and that is going to be taking us out and around the roads of Australia. My name's Matt Payne. I'm going to be bringing you all the race action along with Emma Martin, and we will be hopefully keeping you entertained, informed, and you never know, even educated on the way through as we make our way out and round. Fantastic racing in the women's finals. Please do give it a watch back if you haven't seen it already. If you were watching, thank you very much for joining us. And don't forget, you can interact with us live on the MyWhoosh YouTube live chat on there. If we don't answer on the chat, we will potentially be answering on live on air. Now, we're going into Australia for the final race in the men's competition.
We are indeed. We're heading to the Outer Loop course, not as you know it, because they've got the Wollongong climb first. So 55 kilometres of racing, 838 metres of climbing. They come out of the start, and let's just remember the Australian course is not flat. It's constantly rolling through the City Beach Sprint and then into the Wollongong climb. Yes, it looks tiny because it's against the Canberra climb on the map. That is the first climbing checkpoint, a Category 4 climb. Then through the Wollongong sprint checkpoint, and then the long run to the Canberra climb. It's big, 5.3 kilometres, 7.7%, and it's a stepped climb with some very steep sections. They begin what is a technical descent through the Melbourne sprint checkpoint and then that 7.6k run to the finish line. It's going to be a really interesting course today, a great one for the final. We could well see, I think the Canberra climb is going to be the most instrumental element, but 334 men on the start sheets today. It's the biggest finale ever on the Sunday Race Club. 530 races if you count the 196 women who took the start line earlier.
Well, it shows you that perspective is all about where you view from. We thought the Wollongong climb was big until we compared it to the Canberra climb on the same course map. We thought when we hit 200 riders in our finals total that was a landmark, but now well over 500 riders in total on a final. And don't forget, of course, to qualify for the team competition, you have to race 2 of our qualifiers to be in with the chance of being in with the team. A bit like the rest of the time, though, you just need to go through the verification and the passport to be in as an individual. Now, let's start with our Category 6 riders, the standard race category. 8 teams here today, 2 teams of 5, 4 teams of 4, and 2 teams of 3. Our teams of 5 here today. We have the BMC 6 squad with Gashek, Wakefield, Lipka, Truba, and Tigard. We also have with 5 riders the Level Carbon squad. And that is going to be Mamba, along with Decker, Kanagad, Viegas, and Sebsa. The teams of 4 are the BMC Spinergy, the BMC Sixers, along with Level Titanium and the ZTBR Caracas. The team with 3, 2 teams with 3, BMC High 6 have 3 riders, as do the BMC 60s. And those are the riders, teams with 3 riders per team. 8 teams in total. We're on our rundown to countdown. We'll take you through the key players very shortly indeed, but it's time to go racing here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club in our final race of September. It's the men's race, and the Category 6 riders are go.
Oh, the lights go green, the riders go away. The purple jerseys of Category 6 exit the start. 51 riders on the start sheets today, and for me the team competition in this category is going to be really interesting because I think it's wide open. Now, it was ZTBR Caracas who took the win last month from the BMC Spinergy squad, but there's been a lot of movement, and I'm looking down the start sheets and I can see a lot of teams with members who have had top 5s this month. No team with a real big pack, as in multiple riders on their squad having multiple top 5 finishes. BMC 6 is the only team to have 2 riders who have had a top 5. Josh Lipka, who joined the Sunday Race Club this month. Brilliant to see the rider from the USA here and on board and part and parcel at BMC 6 squad. Stefan Tigert, their other rider, who's had a top 5 position. Järvinen on your screen at the moment. Well, just taking a little look.
Yeah, I'm loving the top. Absolutely, one of the best paint games ever. It's such a mixture of things in there. Race numbers hung up at the top, inspirational pictures. We've got medals on, and the
Yeah.
jersey, the red white. I like that. It's a classic design. Let me know where that jersey is from. Send me a picture on at Matt Fix the Pain, please, Auntie, and send
That
me an
was
image over
that
and let me know where it's come from.
that was an emote in real
It
life.
was indeed. And Auntie Yavin on the front of the race field here. Definitely moment of glory leading out there, and all those compliments about the paint game on the jersey.
Yeah, fabulous to see him on the screen, and really good. Salmon on the front as well, and McMurtry there, Dadson there, Gibson, Dolensky in the mix too. Tiger, he's had a really good month. And Roshan Teron, do you know we've not seen a lot of him recently, but he is a really strong rider. But it is Salmon who is pushing on and pushing on early in category 6. There's already a split in the group, and you can see that on the top right-hand corner of your screen. Multiple screens for you here within one screen. For your pleasure of viewing, giving you lots of different shots. The overhead shot I love because it really does give you a good shot and position of where all the riders are on the road. And you can see one rider off the front, one big pack, second group behind. The red line gives you the gradient, the yellow line gives you the rider we're in with, and that's Sebastian Escobar, who's on your screen at the moment, and he's taken a win this month. In fact, it's brilliant to see because he took the win last week on the Vessel Rock race route, and well, he must be feeling motivated.
I think he will be. I mean, a great result for him taking that win. He's had 3 sprint jerseys so far in his racing. And today's going to be about deciding, do you go for the sprints? Do you go for the climbs? The sprints all come early. And I think that with that weighting of 2 sprints early, the last sprint at 47.4 realistically should be fought out between those people in contention for the finish. So I think you've got to go quite hard early. And then you start big break in the middle. No go and get teas, coffees or ice creams, but do some recovery instead. And there is a dip on the way through. So runners do need to be a little careful on the way through. So can Escobar take a second win in a row here today? Change of venue from last week's Heritage Climb reverse course in Alula. Out on this Australia Outer Loop course, the 55k version, which takes us out over the Wollongong climb through past the what is, I'm pretty sure, the aquarium climb.
Yes.
Basically, the aquarium section in the dip and climb, which is in itself not to be sneezed at. But then we go on to the big Canberra climb to.
I do wonder
really
where those phrases
difficult.
come from.
To be sneezed at.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll tell you next week. Make sure you tune in for the updates on the English language oranges. Anyway, let's go on with our teams in Category 5. Big number of teams, 10 teams in Category 5. Remember, only 7 prizes, so they're going to have to race hard. 3 teams of 5 here today. We have the BMC Rule 5 squad of Skretting, Cridland, Milostic and Llewellyn. No, I don't have a stutter. It's Jonathan and Peter Cridland. We have got Level Avengers, Warren and Warren. Again, Joel Warren and Ola Warren, followed by Gaviria, Lucia and Matilda, also with 5. And Level Up with 5 riders as well. Kirk, Roy, Cadabona, Allport, and Peterson. The teams of 5, well, that's less than a third of the teams in total. As the riders lead, those teams of 5 joined by 5 teams of 4. BMC Get Racing, the High 5 squad, along with Level Raiders, the WEZ 5A squad, and the WEZ 5B squad. Lots of letters and numbers today. 2 teams of 3. Don't let that small number of riders vote for you, because the Aotearoa Alliance have 3 in Hanley, Connell and Connell. And of course, I'd have just seen what you've seen.
Oh, I love it, Luke. You are a star. Look at that. Shades indoors.
Shades indoors.
And the Aussie jersey.
Well, indeed, because there is anyone would think there's a UCI semi-final World Championship up for grabs coming up. He's got the full style on. Last team of 3 before my eardrums were broken. Cycling District 5, Castro Coronas and Padzel, the last of our teams of 3. Luke Allport will be looking to harness that jersey. He was very proud wearer of that in our semi-finals last year. You need to tune in to semi-finals this year, of course, to see how how Australia do. Will they be on top form? And I've got to say, congratulations to Australia. Anybody who was watching the show last week will know that I was going over to do the commentary and host the UCI BMX Racing World Cup. Well, congratulations to Saya Sakakibara of Australia taking the World Cup win and breaking her duck of not winning any races for the whole of the season. She took 2 wins in
the
Santiago del
last 2
Estero
rounds.
in the last 2 rounds and took away the title in the BMX Racing World Cup, one of the many disciplines covered by the UCI. And of course,
cycling esports, another one.
It is indeed. And MyWhoosh, the UCI Cycling Esports partner for 2024, 25, and 26. The second of those in-person finals coming in the middle of November. The semi-finals coming when? If you don't have it etched in your memory before the end of this show, I'll be very surprised. The 3rd of October. That is on Friday. Make sure you are subscribed to that YouTube channel to be notified when it goes live.
Who will have the whoosh beneath their wheels?
You're going to be start singing that if we're not careful. We better stop that. Eduardo Sugai, the rider on our screens at the moment on the move, and there's a reason for that, because that was the City Beach sprint that he went streaming through first ahead of Ati Järvinen. Järvinen, the rider, in second position as they go through. Sugai taking the sprint segment. Järvinen in second. Those riders, though, will know that they've got to do that all over again after the Wollongong climb. Normally a separator in its own right. Here, just a mere taster of what's to come on the Canberra climb.
Yes, a mere soupçon of climbing to start with today. A Category 4 climb because the Category 2 climb is coming later. Well, this is the Category 5 race and they are at 1.8 kilometres into the race. Now, BMC Rule 5, I think, are going to go well today. Skretting's had a 4th, Cridland's had a win. That's... yeah, 2 Cridlands in that team, don't forget, though. Milostic and Llewellyn join the squad. It was the level up from the Level Warriors last month. 58 seconds separated those 2 teams. No Level Warriors today. We've got Avengers, Raiders and Ups. No Warriors. So always interesting to see where our teams go. Marius Fosseed on the screen at the moment. You can see him there, part and parcel of the pack. Could go well today. Never discount this man in a sprint. Yeah, he's absolutely a powerhouse when it comes to picking up that green jersey.
Yeah, definitely not a rider to discount at any point in time. Marius Fosseed, of course, on absolutely storming form at the start of the MyWhoosh Championships in 2025. That's the stage race championships rather than the UCI Championships. Lots of championships, lots of prize money.
Lots of great racing to watch.
Lots of great racing. And don't forget, of course, the Sunday Race Club is coming to you each and every Sunday. Or you could be on board joining our riders with us in categories 6, 5, or maybe even Category 4, who are down on the start pens ready to roll. You could be joining one of our 8 teams who are down here. 4 teams of 5, 3 teams of 4 and 1 team of 3. Our teams of 5, BMC Racing, Cadiz, Robinson, Kirchner, Giuliano and Mew. We also have the Lorem Ipsum squad, Bogram, Largo, Lim, Rodriguez and Holt. The On the Rivet Racing team with Bulgarian, Hernandez, Arroyo, Gonsolin and Villada. And of course the WEZ4 squad, Yusuf, Reinhammer, Bristolin, Abello and Hertz. The squads with 4, there are 3 teams of 4, BMC, Anzac, Cycling District 4 and Level Golden 4. And we have 1 team of 3, the team from Finland, as we've seen Järvinen prove already. Finland very, very strong. And this is a strong team. Sami Tuomi, Jussi Palaka and Jeri Piponen.
Yes.
Ride Club Finland, the only team with 3 riders in Category 4 with 1 second to go. It's time to go racing here on the final race in September 4. Sunday race clubs in September.
Well, they are indeed away and up out of the pen. The red jerseys of Category 4 were in with Mohamed Mukhtari, part and parcel of that Cycle District 4 squad. They took the win last month. Oliveira's had a 3rd place. They've got Yis, Piera and Mukhtari joining them. Now, it was just 20 seconds that win in the team competition last month from Peak Power Racing. No Peak Power Racing this month, but I tell you something, On the Rivet Racing are the team to beat. And when you look at the form book, there is Mohamed Mukhtari on our screens, part and parcel of Cycle District 4. They're going to run On the Rivet Racing close today. I think it's going to be really interesting. And Mukhtari, well, he is a strong racer and does indeed come to form.
And this is the sort of course that I would expect Mohamed Mukhtari to be good at. A course that gets harder as you progressively go through, and then a break, then a sprint. I think that will suit him down to the ground. Oh, nice jersey rack in the background of cycling gear as well.
Yeah,
It's all about the backgrounds.
You do indeed like looking into our riders' pain caves, don't you?
It's a window on them,
their world,
their personality, their world. It tells a lot about them. If you were to look into the back of my pain cave, you'd see very different thing to maybe somebody else's. Yours, for example. I mean, your pain cave has got a background which is effectively a screen background, so that you can do various things on camera.
Yes. But then on the side, well, I'm going to say on the side, we'll come back to that because Joel Warren is sprinting at the moment. He's going to come up and pass Christoph Labno. Labno and Warren battling it out now. My question is, I was just taking a double check as to whether Laszlo was part and parcel of the Level Avengers and leading out Warren. But no, he's not. He was in contention. But Joel Warren, well, we talked about the Warren powerhouse of sprinting, the genetics in the Warren family, the dynasty of Warren sprinters. Well, they've done it again.
Ola, Joel, Joanna. This is
the right
host.
It is.
Anyway, speaking of one man, Robin, congratulations on your miraculous escape earlier this week. You don't get that when you're riding on your esports bike, believe me. Indoors.
No, I know, but I tell you something, he's been riding really, really strongly in Category 4. If you remember Robin Clendenham, when he came into the Sunday Race Club, he joined Category 5, and he was in Category 5 for some time. He then progressed to Category 4. Boy, is he coming on. Now, I know he's part and parcel of a time trial squad on MyWhoosh. He joins the live coaching, and he's getting better and better. He took his first climbing competition overall win a couple of weeks ago in Category 4, and now he's off the front of the group. He really, really has understood and learnt at the Sunday Race Club the dynamics on MyWhoosh, and he's now really excelling.
He certainly is, and he's a rider who's doing a lot of the missions. He's done the mountain verdict on the mission, the Route to Glory, the Puncher's Playground as well on there, as well as doing the Sprinter's Paradise. So he's got the whole collection.
He does. Ryan Giuliano on our screen at the moment, just reaching to adjust something on his screen. Ryan Giuliano, for me, is one of those riders who goes under the radar and then boom, he just phenomenal. He's part and parcel of the BMC racing squad. Never discount Mr. Giuliano.
No, definitely not. He does fly under the radar quite
often.
Does. It's that black skin suit just hiding him away in the shadows until he pops out
with his skin suit.
What you wear is very often a reflection of your state of mind and your personality.
Well, that is very true.
And if you wear a black skin suit, it may well be that you're looking to go on the side. Henry East, well, we've got a mixture here. I think he's going for it might be dark outside, but I'm a bright character. I'm going to have some faster sprinting, and that's reflected in his jersey, dark with some light patches as well. So maybe that's going to reflect in his riding. Okay, let's jump across from our category 5, 6, and indeed category 4 to category 3, because we have got even more teams in category 3. In fact, I think this is our biggest field of teams. 11 teams fighting for 7 sets of prizes, 4 teams of 5, 6 teams of 4, and 1 team of 3. The teams with 5 riders in: Level, Golden, Rushmore, Flores, Buchowetsky, Hammer, and Bakken. You've got Peak Power Racing. They have Van der Zandt, Wojciech, Montoya, Lynn, and Gillo. We also have Take That with 5 riders: Howeiler, Oya, Ridley, Scolari, Kansara. We've got Take This with 5 riders as well: Stemmen, Tidholm, Mayer, Fournier, and Karlstrom. They are the squads with 5 riders as they head out in category 3. There are 6 squads with 4 riders in: Gold Grabbers, along with Sandstorm, Sirocco, and What's Up Next, and the WEZ squad. 1 team with 3 in, and that's Belmont Performance. So Dominguez, Stedman, and Andrade, a Spanish, Great Britain, Portuguese mix in that team.
Talk about mix at 67 riders. I was laughing because the size of the category 3 pack was
Huge.
just huge.
Yep.
It is the biggest race field today, 67 riders on the start sheets in Category 3. And it is smattered with people who have had top fives this month, from Stenman to Diedich to Bakken, Elos, Gates, Kansara, Fournier, Karlstrom, Conda, Clays, and Almeida. All of those have had top fives this month. Now, in terms of the team competition, what does that mean? For me, I think we're going to see a battle between the gold grabbers, Sandstorm, and Take This.
So just a quick reminder for you, if you're just joining us, this is the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. It's our September monthly final where we don't just have our individual prizes, they continue into the finals. However, we also have our team competition as well. The riders setting off in 6 waves based upon their proven abilities from Category 6 to Category 1. The riders are making their way in and through. The riders at the moment themselves are Category 6, 5, 4 and 3. And in Category 3, you can see a window into the world of Arthur Corbani. Corbani on your screens, one of our young riders in the middle of this bunch and always riding strongly. Nice to see multiple bottles there ready to go. And I particularly like somebody who's got a collection of very much of cables. A nice close-up of the cable shot there, sir. Love it. I have more cables. I can colour coordinate my cables in the studio.
The number of times I come in to the office and there's a delivery for the studio, and in the box, yet more cables.
You can never have enough to be able to get them in the right colour for the right function, as well as the right type and the right length. It's a multitude required.
Well, Hassan Sultan is more concerned about riding and power through the pedals than the cables and their colour.
He might have colour-coordinated cables on his bike on the turbo. For all
well, you never know. Cables come in all shapes and sizes and for all uses. Now, Jakub Wojciech is in the mix. Nicholas Fournier. Fournier's had a really strong month, you know.
Yeah,
he's been riding really well. Part and parcel of the Take This squad. He's had a 3rd place and a 4th place this month. You know, it's been really, really good to see. And we've seen him on our screens, part and parcel of the group making the action in Category 3. But at the moment, this Category 3 pack, we've got a rider off the front, and there is Nicholas Fournier on your screen, looking very considered at the moment, but national champion in speed skating.
Oh, I mean,
and also a phenomenal cyclist.
Yeah, ice and inline speed skating team, 9 times French champion on inline speed skating, which is a phenomenal performance. But in his first year in esports, 5th at the French Championships, which is really good. Which is interesting to see, and also in riding on the Coupe de France, the French Cup. A great rider, and again, plenty of water bottles there, although a little warmer today than it has been in France. It has been quite cool, so maybe relishing those cooler conditions. Meanwhile, this big pack still on the move, still looking to chase down the riders up the front. Fournier nicely in this pack, currently at 2.3 kilometres to go. Quick reminder, 4.8k is where our first checkpoint is, the first chance to earn prize money, and the first place where you can score points in the sprint checkpoints. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 point for positions 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
It's Juan Quiros who's off the front.
Indeed, not Christian Montoya. A good day, Christian. Good to see Christian there, and I don't want to say I'm going to say it. I love the fact that his garage is the same as mine. It's made out of the same red terracotta tiles. We have the same garage, although I don't have the weights in the background, I have to admit.
Well, Montoya on your screen, he's got Notes and Sultan for company in the middle of the pack. He's right towards the front, actually, which is good positioning in the draft. And you can see that because on that white bar is the stats of the rider we are in with at the moment. And you can see the power number in the middle in green, indicating the rider is in the draft. When that number turns to black, it means they're out in the wind. The benefit and the energy conservation for those numbers being green is significant.
It always pays to hide and then come to the front when you absolutely need to. One rider who's very smart, Room back, and definitely a rider to watch out for in Category 3. Definitely one of those riders who I think always rides super smart. He doesn't seem to waste energy, to me, the rider from Norway. 2 third places so far. I'm sure would love to take away the win here today. And it may well be a course
and one of those was
that
last
suits
week.
him. Yeah.
So he is on form, and he's part and parcel of that level golden squad.
Good squad to be on. Will that team be able to help him? Will he be sacrificed to help the team? They all need to get to the finish as fast as they can. Quiros on the front, Angarita in pursuit.
Yeah, Marvin Angarita absolutely dialing it. The rider from Colombia, who has been in Belgium recently for those Paracycling Road World Championships. He pilots one of the Colombian tandems in the men's B category. Him just closing it down. He is on form. So just proving it, the rider to close that down on that short rise. Henry Notes now coming to the mix, because I tell you something, it's not long till they get to that first sprint checkpoint, and Notes, well, we know he likes to pick up a green jersey.
And there's going long, and there's doing a Notes or doing, I mean, he's almost doing an Allport here for this sprint, because that's a long, long way to go. But the hundreds of meters are ticking down at the moment. 4.3 covered, 500 meters to go to the checkpoint of 4.8k. This is a big push, but behind, the speed is picking up once again. It's Angarita who's leading the charge. They're going to do this right-hand turn, but I think they're going to have left it too late. I think we're going to see our leader go through. It's going to be about this sprint. It's about the kick. Who's got the push? Angarita is at 6.5 watts per kilo, but Langevin is coming at 14. It's too little too late. Nuts goes through over the top. Langevin will have to console himself with second place, but that is a warning to everybody else. 14.5 watts per kilo coming from Jesse Langevin.
Yes. Interesting move.
Now, before anybody says, oh my goodness, how are they able to produce so much power? Because World Tour riders can only do that once on an occasion. Please remember, they are riding indoors. They are specialists at riding on the bikes. They are doing this in a controlled environment, not worrying about the rain, the roads, potholes, cars, vehicles, any other competitors around them. They don't have to balance whilst braking, whilst getting hold of a bottle, and they can concentrate on fully putting the power down. So before anybody says, oh my goodness, I can't believe the power numbers,
well, let's
do
just
some
also
research,
remember,
please.
Let's just remember, on the track, the sprinters will go 20 plus watts per kilo.
Yeah.
And at the end of a stage race, the sprinters go 20 plus watts per kilo.
I know.
So 14, 15 on a turbo is not...
Even well, actually, I'm not sure I could do that at the moment. I've had 3 months off the bike.
Try not to put a maximum sprint effort out if you've had 3 months
no,
off the bike.
don't do it.
Ivo Sur has not had 3 months off the bike. He's
Right.
here most Sundays and part and parcel of the... sorry, I have to mention this because Ollie Jones did post about it. Well, actually, his wife did. The MyWhoosh Headband Club.
Thank you. You see, I told you it was a thing.
It's become a thing.
You took the mickey out of me for it, saying it's a headband thing. It is a headband thing.
They even the new Jones, Hugo Jones, Baby Jones.
Yes.
Even was sporting a supporting headband.
Thank you. I'm just,
training for the Sunday
just
race club
reveling
in 20 years' time.
Yeah, I'm reveling in that 1970s headband moment. Okay, should we go to category 2? Go on then. Here in category 2, apart from a multitude of headbands, we have 9 teams on our start list here today, 6 of which have got 5 riders. I'm sure they're just increasing to make my life even faster. Okay, teams with 5 riders today. The maximum number: Abus Esports, Kalman, Hayland, Van Hees, Simmons, Cavahal. We've also got Crazy Mix, Bendetti, Jacek, Trojanowski, Kalman, and Orego. We've got Gloria Victis, Goddarzi, Bjorkland, Santo, Guerra, and Alan Young. We've got Level Elite, also with 5, Gombe, Cahill, Hanston, Matthijssen, and Becker. Also with 5, the Mikali Express, Bird, Bjarhed, Mendakowicz, Shuren, and Trzynski. And last but not least, the Hitmen also have 5 riders: Graves, Fawcett, Miller, Coinston, and Nair. We have 2 teams of 4. Now, that is BMC Elite Racing, Downey, Kittle, Van Urk, and Patterson. We have the Smarties with 4 riders. That is Bengtson, Jochems, Ritter, and Walter. And 1 team, next team with 4 riders also, it's just my maths that can't count, it is the Revengeful. So make that 3 teams of 4. Revengeful, Danes, Mundell, Pinto, and Fell. Don't discount riders not in official race teams for the team win. Mr. X100 and SS in the UAE clan team, mixing it up. Wes in here as well, WZ, Corrales and Ramirez, and the Falcons, Altanash and Hampton as well.
Well, the Category 2 riders are away, out and out onto the course. 64 riders on the start sheets, and it's Andrew Downey and Nathan Guerra on the front of the pack at the moment. Niederhauser in the mix as well, and he's absolutely dialing it on the front, wanting to get this pace up and rolling quickly. Well, Niederhauser, a number of riders often like a really fast start, but I'm just taking a little look through the team competition. Abus Esports, I think, are a pick for me today. Kalman's had a second, Van Hees had a fifth. Carvajal has had 2 seconds. I think they're going to go up against the Hitmen. Graves is on form. He's had a fourth. Fawcett's had a first. Nares had a first. Olivier Simmons. Well, Simmons part and parcel of that Abus Esports squad and was part and parcel of the breakaway last week, which stayed out for so long. It was just phenomenal.
My pick of the week, my memories of last week. What a way to come back to a breakaway. Thank you very much, everyone in that breakaway, for making it happen.
Well, all I can say is keep your eyes on Abus Esports today, because they could be putting in some tactics today as well.
I will keep my eyes peeled and, more importantly, on the screens. Anybody else?
Who else? Well, those 2 teams I think are going to be the ones battling it, because, the Hitmen, I mean, Fawcett, what a ride from Ross Fawcett last week. I mean, he was behind the leading group. He didn't go with the break. Then he closed the gap with X100. Not only closed the gap, he then went over the top and took the win. It was a standout ride from him last week.
I think everybody who's in that breakaway should give themselves a pat on the back, because whether they instigated it in the early part of the breakaway or they joined the breakaway, they all had to work. They all did phenomenal rides. So fantastic stuff. You don't often see the breakaways taking away a win in any form of cycle sport, and fantastic to see that happen in the Sunday Race Club. Last Sunday in Category 2, do have a watch back. It was a standout moment for me in the year. Now, in with one rider who you can never discount trying to go into a breakaway, Marcin Trojanowski, on your screens at the moment, just out of the saddle, just tapping that rhythm around up near the front, third wheel at the moment. In the right place at the right time. Can he make this count today? Well, it just needs to keep that energy conservation smart today. I think Marcin Trojanowski is a rider who's definitely matured. He's more conservative with his effort than he used to be.
Yes, and definitely.
I think whilst he's maybe not having as many spectacular attacks, much as I like them, he's actually getting better results.
Yes.
Well, more consistent results, and he's improving.
It does depend on what your objective is.
Yes, indeed. Indeed, because like I said at the start of the show, perspective is all based on where you're stood.
It is indeed, and your objective on the bike is key. Well, Ivan Nuki on the bike at the Abu Dhabi Cycling Club, he's on the front of this race, and he's going to be doing great work today for his team. Nuki, we often think, he's a great climber, and where the courses go long, he's brilliant.
Well, I'm going to just put a slight correction in, because for the first time in I can't remember how long, Ivan Nuki is not part of a team this week that I have on my sheets anyway. And that means that he's free to do what he wants today, which will be very interesting.
That would be interesting.
Because I think, given the freedom to surf the wheels, that's a man to watch out for. We'll see what Ivan can do. And the rest of category 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now, as those riders go out and around the course. Meanwhile, we're going to dive in with our final race category to leave in September. In our finals, it is category 1, 7 teams, 7 prizes, 2 teams of 5. Abus Synergy with Paradians, Power, Tugels, Van Elst, and Woo, along with the Tour de France, Burkane, Milor, Betty, Karnken, and Milostic. We have got 3 teams of 4. The Farmwatt squad, Andreasen, Puckett, Noren, and Skierski, along with the Union of Speed. That is Cardona, Gednes, Lewis, and Confession. Along with the Wenger boys, Kroll, Pedersen, Panitza, and Thrall. Team of 3, 2 teams of 3. Alpha Joel, Lionel Jasin, Michael Kaminsky, and Ollie Jones. And the Boss Moves Only squad, Michael Vink, Michael Knudsen, and the current reigning world champion, Jason Osborne.
Well, what can I say? 42 riders on the start sheet. This is a huge Category 1 race field.
Yep.
But for me, we've got 3 teams, I think, in contention here. Abus Synergy, Paradians, Power, Tugels, Van Elst, and Woo, Boss Moves Only, Osborne, Knudsen, and Vink. I think the Farmwatt squad is going to be the 3rd team in the mix. Andreasen, Pucker, Noren, and Skierski. I would like Alpha Jaw to prove me wrong. Vujasin, Kaminsky, and Jones. Jones has had a 1st and a 5th. But, well, I think that squad have been targeting something else other than the Sunday Race Club.
Emma, what might that be?
I think it might be the top 20 on Friday, the 3rd of October.
Oh, Emma, what's happening on Friday, the 3rd of October?
The semi-finals to the Cycling Esports World Championships on MyWhoosh.
Can we watch that, Emma?
Of course we can. On the YouTube channel. Lionel Vuyasin will be on the start line, I can guarantee it. And he will be making the action because he will want to be on that stage in Abu Dhabi on the 15th of November.
Oh, Emma, has he been there before?
Yes, many times. He is regularly on the world stage, and last year he was in 2024 on the world stage in Abu Dhabi, and he's a man who wants to be there again.
Oh, Emma, will he win? You're not going to answer that one, are you?
He could. He was second last year.
Exactly. And that is what we love about cycling esports. You never know who's going to win, where they're going to win. You can watch it live. Don't forget, semi-finals Friday. Make a date in your diary. Put it into your electronic calendar. However you do that, make sure you get that done. You can watch riders like Ollie Simmons in action in those semi-finals. Simmons just going through that sprint there. Takes the green jersey. He's got the points. Ollie Simmons, when he sprints, doesn't look much different when he's not sprinting half the time. I tell you something, he makes it like all good sports people. When they are on form, they make it look easy.
They do.
So, just seeing the leaders go through, are we going to see a continuation of this push in Category 2? Don't think we are. It's just going to ease off. Category 2 going through that sprint at 4.8k. That is the City Beach Sprint.
Sorry, I've just had a little bit of a look down the start list on Category 1, and there's a certain Magnus Colsett on the start sheets today.
Yes.
Magnus Colsett, do you know who he's married to?
Charlotte Broughton.
Charlotte Broughton.
Yes.
Charlotte Broughton used to be on my East Midlands junior squads when she was under 18.
When you were coaching?
Yeah, she's brilliant. We had a fabulous conversation when
teammate,
she
yeah.
was about 16 about Pink Floyd at the Isle of Dogs.
That's a very random conversation to have.
She's now grown up, and her husband is now racing MyWhoosh on the Sunday Race Club.
Now, as Emma continues to feel very old. Indeed, we are going to watch two riders who are in action at the moment. Interesting to see the two riders off the front, both Scandinavian. You have got Michael Knudsen and Have Gednes from Norway, Knudsen from Denmark. On the move on the front, being chased by Polish rider Christoph Kroll. Then it's going to be Noren Osborne, Pucko Wu, and Co. At the moment. Already, Category 1, itchy pedals at the moment. And
nothing wrong with itchy pedals.
Now, Johan Noren, the Swedish rider at the moment on your screens. You can see Noren just keeping focused on the action at the moment, tapping that rhythm out as he makes his way around here. Multi-discipline rider, of course, Noren, but a rider who, again, you cannot discount. He's able to put the power down. He's got a great pedaling action as well, which all helps in keeping that power delivery smooth. We're going to move across just at the moment in with Jeffrey Miller. Now, Miller has been getting better and better. He really has started to adapt to the MyWhoosh platform, to the racing on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Remember, each and every Sunday Race Club bringing you elite level racing as well as racing for all categories of rider. And remember, verification on the Sunday Race Club is not just for the top 3, the top 5, or the elite riders.
Everybody.
Verification is for everybody. Fair racing is for everybody on the Sunday Race Club, and making sure everybody's power is real is the Sunday Race Club. If you want to ride and you're thinking, where should I go ride? Where should I go maybe try racing? There's one answer. Sunday Race Club.
Yes, be here. And I'll tell you something, actually, if you do want to be here in October, because next week we start again, each month having qualifiers and then a monthly final, you can head over to mywhoosh.com/events, click on the Sunday Race Club, the technical guide there, the racing manual is there. You can be on the start line here of the Sunday Race Club, whether you're in Category 1 with Daniel Turek, Hayden Pucker and Harvard Gleddens, or whether you're in Category 6, it really doesn't matter. Get on board a bike, you will make friends from around the world, and I'll tell you something, they are great friends and great rivals, because then you get to be on the bike racing.
You do indeed. Daniel Churek has raced 61 Sunday race clubs. Now, if Daniel Churek was wrong, he's made that same mistake 61 times.
He's never
You
wrong.
can tell that he's right.
He's a
Jumping
brilliant racer.
he is indeed. He's jumping on the bike. He's out and racing. He's trying to chase down Michael Knudsen at the moment. Meanwhile, right-hand side of the screen, Langevin is unleashing the sprint as well, but not at that same level. He's been able to back off early here. He went for a long one that time round, Langevin. It means that he now takes away maximum points there behind him. He is not going to be beaten in, so he's going to take that green jersey. So 2 sprints done. Langevin in and through the second, into that sprint, on his way in at 13.9. That's the second sprint. Meanwhile, Category 1 still approaching the first sprint, separating them. Wollongong Climb.
Yes, Michael Knudsen, really great to see him out front, and on the attack. The boss moves only. I do love the tactics because Osborne and Vink, Knudsen, we see them playing out different tactics regularly. Said Safrazadi is often the 4th member of that squad. He's not here today. He will be on the start line on the 3rd of October, though.
I know. I saw him down. It made me very happy. I love the fact we have so many nations racing.
I counted. The men's race.
In the men's race.
For the semi-final.
Oh, good. I'm glad somebody had to do that.
34 nations.
34 nations, 34 different nations racing the World Championship semi-finals in the men's race. At the moment, everybody racing for the sprint here in MyWhoosh on the Sunday Race Club. The first of our sprints. This is the City Beach Sprint, and at the moment, Michael Vink, who can sprint and not taking top spot there because Michael Knudsen going through with a substantial lead going into that. That lead has been closed down. We're going to take a look at the time, though, and you can see at the moment the real fast riders maybe going against what would be predicted are actually Category 5, with Joe Warren going through in 6 minutes 44. Now, that is faster than Category 6, which we would expect, but it's also faster than Category 4 and Category 3. And almost as quick as Category 2. So Category 5 on a bit of a mission.
Yeah, they were indeed, really were on a bit of a mission. And, we love to see that. We love to see the different race tactics play out across the 6 different races that are underway on the Sunday Race Club. And, never expect Category 1 to be the fastest, probably until the end. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes Ollie Jones goes for a long race and goes off the front. Sometimes he stays in and wins the sprint. But Ollie Jones on your screen at the moment, the rider from New Zealand, part and parcel of that New Zealand squad. He's part and parcel of this Category 1 pack at the moment.
It's part and parcel of the Headband Club as well, obviously, as you can see that. And a nice paint cave layout in the background, dartboard in the background there. Told you today's all about background multidiscipline. Ollie, if you are a champion darts thrower, if you're good with the arrows, let us know. You can get in touch with Matt Fix a Pain at some point. Then please do so.
I quite like watching darts.
My dad used to play darts competitively.
Really? There you go.
Never
knew that. Sometimes you learn something about your co-commentator and sometimes you don't. Well, X100 on the front at the moment, pushing on. Lucas Halen, Miguel Manchando, Lassie Hansen there as well. Yodi Jochems is in the mix as well. And this pack moving strongly. Hansen on your screen at the moment, up and out of the saddle, tapping on the pedals. I'll tell you something, these short, punchy climbs. This is the first part of the Wollongong climb. They're up and over the first kicker. They drop into the descent and then they hit the second part of the climb. It's always deceptive, I think, because the average gradient of this climb is 4.6%. But you've got the first kicker, you've got the descent that they're currently into, and then the second part of the climb that hits 16-17% in places. But if you take the momentum in with you, it's always really good to watch the riders towards the back of this pack come through, carrying that momentum. But Fell, Walter, Simmons, X100 and Van He are past masters of the Wollongong climb. And there is Matthias Van He on your screen at the moment.
Well, Van He definitely one of those riders who can deal with repeated kicks, repeated punches, the rolling, the momentum. He gets that absolutely down. He's out the saddle at the moment. You can see just stamping down on those pedals, really pushing over this steeper section, 14% plus on the steep kick. It then starts to ease. I'm not going to say it levels off because it doesn't. It eases slightly. 11%, 10% is still going to feel a lot easier than that 15% as it drops to 9 to 8. You're able to then pick up the pace. Jakob Bjorklund doing that. Trophies in the background. Bike alongside him. Fan blowing at the moment. Another member of the Headband Club. Note, we will put together an unofficial. Might get Emma to put a Discord channel together for the Headband Club, the MyWhoosh Headband Club.
No.
Why not? Are you anti-headband?
No, I'm just running enough Discord channels.
Okay. So if you do want a Discord channel, probably Emma is the person to speak to, but not when she's saying no. As the riders are on the climb at the moment, making the way up here, this section, getting ready for the next steep kick. Remember, top of this climb, first points, the top of the climb for the Wollongong climb checkpoint. You've got to keep kicking here. You've got to keep pushing. It is a double summit, so it can catch out the unwary. Mr. X100 has gone early here. Machado starting to close. Simmons will want to get to the polka dot skin suit to add to the green skin suit. Simmons has got the green here. What can he do about Mr. X100 on the front at the moment? He's gone early. He's gone long. And I tell you something, he's got a good gap here, and he's holding it. He continues to push. The rest of this group now start to respond, but they can't seem to pull the gap back. Machado, repeated efforts on the front, trying to get across at 8 watts per kilo. He's got a higher watts per kilo than Mr. X100 on the front at this point, but he has not got enough to pull the gap back at the moment. What will happen on the dip and rise before we go? And we go over the high point of this climb, we drop, and then we climb to the second summit, and that is where the checkpoint is. And that means you've got to push all the way over the top. Mr. X100 has gone over the top at 8.5 watts per kilo. He's into this descent, and then it's one more kick. What can Michel Machado do? He's in the pain cave. He's on your screen there. This is the run. This is the kick. This is the sprint. It's going to be Mr. X100 who's going to take the checkpoint. He'll take the maximum points on that climb. Is this the target for Mr. X100 this week, maybe, rather than that finishing line? Machado has done plenty of chasing Mr. X100 previously. He's going to have to do it again. Meanwhile, you can see Nair and Coinston right at the front of that group behind.
Yeah, Graves is there too, so is Fawcett. That's the Hitmen. The Hitmen are not letting X100 go, and they want to manage the front of the group. So X100 goes through for 5 points. Machado in 2, Nair in 3, Gombert in 4, Graves in 5, Bjorklund, Danis, Wozniak, Koistunen, Ospina, Guerra, Nuki, Mendakowicz, Walter, Benston, Ritter, Jochems, Allingen, Kalman and SS, all part and parcel of the top 20. But that group is huge. It is, well, 38 riders in the main group, a small bundle off the back.
Would you be surprised if I told you that Michel Machado has not taken a podium yet on the Sunday Race Club? I couldn't believe that when I saw that.
I mean, Category 2 is so competitive.
Yes, I agree. But even so, I mean, he must be due not only a podium, but a win. The way he rides is maybe just too aggressive. Maybe just expends too much energy. I don't know.
Well, and you never know what his role for his team is and all of those types of things. There's a lot of things going on in the background that you don't always know. Well, Giselle Betty is in Category 1 now. He was indeed part and parcel of the Category 2 dominant teams, but now he's in Category 1 and doing a good job there too. Diego Alves, Jack Morrissey, Ollie Jones, Paul Skierski. He is a rider for me. The young rider from Poland has just got better and better this year, and on our screen at the moment. You know, he was 6th last week. He is absolutely itching for a top 5.
Well, I tell you what, pal, don't do it today. Do it on next Friday. I wouldn't put it past him at all. He is my he's my dark horse pick. For a medal this year.
Well, look at those medals he's already got on his back wall. Neatly organised.
This climb suits him, perhaps more so than the big climb of Canberra. But I tell you what does suit him. It's going to be the stages of the semi-final. Mikhail Kaminsky, also another rider who rides super smart. And I think the tactical nature of the semi-finals will suit him, perhaps more so than today, where you've got basically 2 selection points. Get over the top with the group at the Wollongong climb, get over the top of the Canberra climb, you're going to be in with the group at the finish.
Well, the Category 1 pack climbing strongly, all still together at the moment, even though they're starting to get a tail formed. They're heading towards the first, well, they're over the first small climb. They're on the second main climb. Then there's descent, and then the third little kicker, which is where the polka dot banner is. And now we're starting to see riders start to stretch on the front. Stefan van Elst in the mix. He's alongside Pedersen and Skierski. But the push is now coming on the front, and well, you can see Noren is there, Malur is there, Paradies is there, Panitsa is there, Pucker is there, Vujasin, and I don't know why I waited to see who it was, because Bjorn Andreasen. It's always Bjorn Andreasen.
Well, you say that. I was going to suggest it might have been Michael Vink, to be fair,
Ooh, okay.
because it's his kind of put a move on here, put a bit of a surprise in, put a bit of a breakaway in, and just really make people suffer early. It's Andreasen, the former world champion, being chased by Jason Osborne, a man who's never been off the podium of the World Championships when it's been run.
And he's won it twice.
An absolutely phenomenal rider. Being chased at the moment, Andreasen, though, by Wu, who, again, I think realistically is potentially bronze medalist at the Worlds. Well, if I had to make a prediction, he's so strong and really good. Yeah.
Ooh, you see, now I think Marshall Wu or Yunfei Wu, I think his strength is climbing. My question will be, when it comes to the punchier elements, has he got the kick? Because we've seen him in a group climb to the top with maybe a group of 5 and be in the leading group of 5. But when it comes to the sprint, he's not got the kick that some of the others have got.
Well, we're talking of kick. Jason Osborne kicking to the line.
Oh, to perfection.
Nicely timed by Osborne, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him continue to push here if he manages to shed Andreas. And if not, he'll back off, and I think that's a backing off now. He knows that he hasn't got enough gap between himself and Andreas. And over the top of the World Gone climb, these are the leaders as they went over the top of the climb in each of our race categories, from category 6 at the bottom to category 1 at the top, with that rainbow jersey of Jason Osborne at top left hand side. 16 minutes 46 seconds into the racing when Jason Osborne went over the top of the climb first. Now, interesting to see Niall Batty, man who's made selection for GB, for Great Britain, the Sirocco squad, going over the top of the climb there. So congratulations to everybody who's been selected to ride by their nation, everybody who's representing their nation, whether they've got through the public qualifiers, whether they've been selected, whether they are one of our champions going through. However you've got there, great to see you. I hope to see you on the Friday in those World Championships. Just go back to your point about Wu. For me, Wu has got the climbing ability. He's also got a responsive kick. He can go with a kick. So we just seen, I think, Michael Knudsen kicking on this downhill run into this little riser. Wu's didn't have the kick. He has the kick now to go with the moves. I think Wu's tactic is going to be to get as much time as he can on stage 1, on the elimination stage, and then hold on as long as he can to the other two, i.e. Vink and Osborne, who are likely to be the other two main protagonists. But then potentially, when we go into the second and third stage, it's about him minimising any losses and maybe putting in an attack on stage 2. But we'll have to see.
Well,
I think it'd be.
I'm open to being surprised.
Okay. Well, that's a good thing when you watch cycling esports and you're a cycling commentator for a living.
I know. I'm always welcome to being surprised. Paul Skierski on the front with Michael Knudsen, Jason Osborne, Dan Turek is there, as well as Mikhail Kaminski. We're in with Paul Skierski yet again, and he's really pushing on here on the flat section and getting that pace really high. So the 13.5 kilometre marker, they are coming into the second sprint checkpoint. There it is. Alvarado goes over the top. Look at that. Vink now moving as well, but I think that is going to be Adrian Alvarado who picks up those points on the Wollongong sprint. Yes, it is. Michael Vink in 2, Dan Turek in 3, Michael Knudsen in 4, Paul Skierski in 5. Oh, good job from Alvarado.
Indeed, the Chilean rider, Adrian Alvarado, the rider who goes over the top, takes those points. A great ride by him. It shows you just how fast they are on that descent down. That's the second of our sprints done and dusted. Alvarado taking those sprints. For a rider who's got 4 King of the Mountains jerseys on Sunday race clubs, nice little cheeky move there.
21 riders in that leading group in Category 1. Now, let's just remind ourselves, 42 on the start sheets.
Well, another move going off the front, one of those 42, deciding let's not make life easy in Category 1. Meanwhile, in Category 2, Martin Wozniak and Olivier Simmons, Kenny Davis, the riders on the front at the moment. They've got a little bit of a gap here, and now it's, for me, it's about how hard does Wozniak, Davies and Simmons want to go, how much effort do they want to put in. Becker on his way across here. If Becker could come across, maybe take Nerem and Dakowitz with them. You've got a strong group, Machado as well. Although, to be honest, whoever's at the front of the group, I could probably have said that and just replace the names, because no one in Category 2 is weak. It's such a brutal race category.
Oh, brutal is the right word, I think, for Category 2.
Yeah.
Coiston, Mundell, Guerra. Now, Nathan Guerra, you know, he is always there or thereabouts and is really strong. Well, he's just, he's a strong competitor here in Category 2. Kalman, Shuren, Santo, Queenston, Bengston in the mix as well. And look at the stretch on this group at 18.3k.
Well, you see Nathan in here. I'm sure Nathan's selected for the semi-finals.
Yes.
For the United States of America. Congratulations, Nathan. Well done, mate. Good to see you on there. Had the pleasure of chatting with Nathan before, and I hope you have a great race, Nathan, and get the result you want. I don't know what his target is. I'm not sure he can communicate that in sign language on the screen.
No, it's very early in the morning where he is as well.
It is. I'm always impressed by anybody who gets up early to ride or is running late into it. I'd always rather get up early to ride than ride late in the day, then.
The question is what is late in the day? Is 2 a.m. early in the morning or late in the day? Because some of our races do race at 2 a.m.
I would call that early in the morning, because I would go to bed and get up for that.
Right, well, there we go. And at the 19-kilometre mark, Tatu Koinsinen, well, he's tightly in that group. This is Category 6, and this is Josh Lipka. Now, Josh Lipka, the rider from the USA, coach to Kristen Kulczynski.
Was Josh Lipka not one of the people that had a pizza race commentator?
Yes, he was indeed at the World Championships in Abu Dhabi.
He wasn't riding; he was pizza eating.
He was. Well, he is Kristen Kulczynski's coach, and he was there with Kristen at the World Championships in Abu Dhabi last year. Fabulous man. Really, really loved meeting him. He's an absolute pleasure and
a
great
real
to see.
Gentleman.
He is a real gentleman, and absolutely wonderful to see him on the Sunday Race Club. And he joined 2 weeks ago. He's done his 2 qualification races. He's part and parcel of a team. He's jumped in with both feet, and it's absolutely fabulous to see. Junior Silva on your screen at the moment, the rider from Brazil. Now, Silva has been racing really well this month, and that has also been really good. He's had a 2nd and a 4th for the ZTBR Caracas squad. Putting his casket on his head. Oh, he's got the polka dots.
Good man. Loving it. Absolutely love it. Now, I was on the, I recorded the very first Crosscast, season 9 Crosscast. Cyclocross podcast that we've been doing 9 seasons now. Very first one of the season out this week. And in that, I mentioned my school report where it said, must try harder. There's one man who that never could ever have applied to in his life is Junior Silva. Nobody can ever say if Junior Silva must try harder, because he has tried. You see him each and every week trying until he's on his knees on the bike. He puts everything in there, and the absolute commitment. So, you know, the absolute antithesis of my school report of must try harder. Now, in with category 5 with Alexander Lushko at the moment, just trying to stretch the legs here at the front of category 5. The man behind him, Vladimir Toro, a very, very class climber. Definitely one to watch. He's proved that before. He's got the polka dot skin suit as well.
Well, and Alex Chubb as well. Not sorry for interrupting you, but Alex Chubb has recently joined the Sunday Race Club and been putting in some great performances. He was 4th last week.
But for me, this is where you've got to go. If you're Toro going on the climb here, really thin this group down, that is going to be really, really key. We can just see Leonardo Graziani on our screens from Brazil, one of that ZTBR
I do like
posse
those
that are on there.
jerseys.
I know you like those jerseys. So does every single viewer in the world
They're brilliant.
I know they're very bright. They're very, very, very colourful and very, very loud.
Well,
oh, hi, Emma.
Gracia, are you saying I'm bright, colourful, and loud? Is that your description of me?
Do I have to answer that question?
No.
Yes.
As the
yes is the answer.
Category 5 pack at 31.6 kilometres, the top of this climb, the checkpoint comes at 36.5. They've still got a lot of climbing to go. It's a nasty climb, this one. It's long, but the Category 5 pack doing the sterling job. It's multi-step. There's some very, very steep sections to this climb. There's also some respite along the way, but let's bear in mind it is indeed 5.3 kilometres of climbing. How much respite can you ask for?
I can ask for a lot, but I don't think I'll get it on here. Basically, it's a 3-step climb. Good to see Emil Ivanov on the move here, nicely tucked into the group. Is Ivanov in the Category 5 races. They start to work their way up through Category 6 riders here. Ivanov, one of our riders, riding from Bulgaria, and I think Emil Ivanov is our first Sunday Race Club rider we featured on the screen from Bulgaria. So already a winner in my eyes.
Well, we like to represent those different nations. Always good to see. Now, Ivanov on the left-hand side of your screen. On the right-hand side of your screen, it's the leaders in the Category 6 race. And I'm just doing a double check. They are 300 metres up the road. Yep, from the leaders in the Category 5 pack, the leaders in the Category 6 group, Gibson, McMurtry, Arrego, Mamba Silva, Montoya, Calangad. They are all in that leading group in Category 6. They've got around 3 kilometres still of climbing to go. Make that 4, actually, because I've just double-checked the distance on my map. And, well, it's a big group, and they are still spread across the road. So Category 6 at 32.5. Category 5 leaders at 32.3. The Category 4 leaders are not into the base of the outer loop climb yet. Neither are the Category 3.
So riders spread out and across this 55-kilometre course. 55k, the race route here today for our Category 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1 men. The very final race of the Sunday Race Club for September. Our monthly finals include that team competition across all of our race categories. So the already humongous prize fund that covers our individuals is extended to include 7 teams in each and every category. The prize fund equal in the men's and women's racing to make sure of that equality. And don't forget, of course, you could be in with a chance of winning. You just need to download the app on iOS, on Android, or on Windows. Get your bike set up, get the turbo set up. If you want to have a try of some of the courses, don't forget that we have our missions on the go at the moment. And those missions, 2 different missions at the moment. There's the Chasing Rainbows, which is inspired by the prestigious 2025 UCI Road World Championships in Kigali in Rwanda, an amazing women's race. Congratulations to one of my colleagues, Randy Ferguson, who's the speaker at a lot of the UCI events that I work on, because Canada, his home nation, took the win in the women's road race. And a very happy Randy was on social media with a picture of the winner. I know he's been waiting a long time for that. It's been one of his personal goals, was to commentate on one of his country women winning that event, and he did that as speaker at the event. So congratulations to all the winners, all the medalists so far who are in Kigali. You could be riding a mission inspired by them, the Chasing Rainbows mission. Don't forget, of course, we also have, very relevant because we've got the semi-finals of the UCI Cycling Esports World Championships coming up, the Race to Glory recon mission. So get out and ride on those routes. Different ways to do that. So you can ride all 3 stages: Sprinter's Paradise, Puncher's Playground, and the Mountain Verdict. So have a little bit of a ride on there. Don't forget, of course, though, that we would love you to jump on board and ride all the different worlds. Download the worlds, download the app, get on board, go a ride, get on that bike. However you do it, get out and enjoy your racing. Now, just in with the racing, and you may notice, left-hand side of your screen, Emma, leading the race out would be a certain Vladimir Toro.
Would you like to add, I told you so, Matthew?
I told you so, Matthew. Oh, so don't say the last word, do I? I told you so.
Well, Toro doing a great job at the front of Category 5, and Graciani is in second with Roy, Vinther and Skretting. But they are at around 6 seconds now because Vladimir Toro in that polka dot skin suit, which he took on the Wollongong climb earlier in the race today, doing a fabulous job on the Canberra climb now. As we head back down the road in the Category 1 race, take a look at this. This is Johan Noren from the Farm Watts squad in attack mode. Noren has gone long, he's gone hard at the 22-kilometre marker, and they're pushing on. He did this last week as well and got brought back in, but he is indeed making the action. Osborne is being made to do the work on the front of the pack because everybody else in that pack behind is now looking, sitting and going, well, boss moves only. If you want to win the race, you bring the group back.
Quite right.
And look at that, Dan Turek coming to the front, dropping to 2 watts per kilo. Paradians coming to the front of the group, dropping as well. So the rotations on the front at the moment, if it's not a boss moves only rider, well, they're getting to the front. They're coming off the pace. Well, actually, Michael Nelson's just come off the pace as well. He's gone to the front of the group and gone down to 2 watts per kilo.
Well, I think one of the things that we've got going on here, though, is we've got to remember that they're on the drop down in towards this aquarium climb where Category 2 are at the moment. So they've just come over the bridge. You go over the bridge, and then you drop down and descend down. And then you do the climb up that takes you where our Category 2 are at the moment on that ascent back out from the low point of the course. At the moment in Category 2, Becker and Simmons have got to the pursuit behind. It's coming. You can see Guerra, Danes, Halen, DeFell, Kittle in there as well. Walter's not far away. Mundling, Corral is in there. Alan Young is in there. I think we are going to see these riders now start to potentially shed 1 or 2 if they keep this pace going over the top. We're in with Simon Walter on the left-hand side of your screen. Now, this is a course where Walter could excel, but he's got to get over the top with the best climbers because the climbers have, if they've got any kind of sense, they're going to be right on the front. They're going to be right at the top of the group on the way up the climb, and they're going to be stretching the legs of the non-pure climbers. So, will they be able to do that? The riders have to stay in the group if they are more of a sprinter or a ruler, and then hope to break that group apart. One thing that's always entertaining, if you can sprint, is taking on a climber in a sprint, mostly because you're going to give them a whooping.
Fair point. So Manshando, Simmons, SS and Becker pushing on here. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I always think this is an innocuous part of the course.
It's not innocuous.
It's not, though, is it?
It is innocuous. I think it's very hard to make a race-winning break or a race-winning move here. But I think you can make people suffer, and actually it can be instrumental in putting people off from having anything left in the legs. You can basically nullify some of the riders in this section from being really harsh and aggressive on the first section of the Canberra climb because they're still having to recover, particularly if you're a rouleur type climber and you push over here and then you keep going. The climbers aren't necessarily going to have an easy time. They're going to have to get back in the group, but you've got to really hammer it here. And I think the problem is Category 2, everyone's so close together because the categories are fluid and dynamic. It makes that harder to exercise those tactics, to actually put them in place. You can see the stretches on, but whilst it might be hurting riders, we're not breaking things.
And for anybody new to the Sunday Race Club, what we mean by that is that the ability within this group is so tight.
Yes.
Such a small range of ability in this Category 2 race field that it makes the racing really interesting. It makes the tactics, it makes the strategy really important. And it just creates such close racing. And that's what it's like in all of our race fields and all of our race categories. That, as Matt just mentioned, that dynamic categorization allowing those riders to move up and move down as they progress, or maybe they come back after having taken time away from the bike. It is about matching abilities to give great racing. Now, Tamo Friedek on your screens at the moment, he is pushing on here. They're at the 34.6 kilometre marker. He is part and parcel of this Category 5 race. Graciani is the leader on the road at the moment at 6 seconds ahead of Friedek, but he's part and parcel of this lead group, and they've caught the leaders in the Category 6 race on the climb. Do you know, there's 1.8k still to go of climbing. Friedek up and out of the saddle. He sits back down again. He's doing enough. He's staying in the wheels. He's making the most of this climb as possible. This at 10% at the moment, but very, very shortly there's a small flat section before it kicks again.
I'm lost in the racing at the moment. I'm just watching these riders as they make their way up here. It's a long, sinuous line of riders behind the leaders on the right-hand side of your screen, right the way through Category 5 and 6, down to Category 4, who are on the left-hand side of your screen, who are still relatively bunched up, but they're on the early stages of the climb. And watching how the group evolves, how it moves from this big pack to a long line, really interesting. In with Ivan Yuki.
He's still smiling.
Ivan Yuki does not have a face that does not involve smiling that I have ever seen. Apart
he just
from
loves
maybe,
his bike riding.
Yeah, apart from maybe a grimace, and that's a version of a smile. It's a grimace because that grimace is there every now and then. But I tell you something, that's usually only when he's absolutely giving everything on the bike, which he's loving doing anyway. One of our real inspirational coaches, we've got to say, Ivan Yuki for me represents all our coaches who are out there, because they all give their time to improve other people's riding, whilst at the same time maybe not being the most effusive about their own abilities. And Ivan Yuki very, very much like that. Very much about showcasing what the riders that he's got under his mentorship in the Hederiot Island and the Abu Dhabi Cycling Club do, maybe more so than his abilities, which are phenomenal.
They are indeed, and Guerra on the bike here, right at the front of this Category 2 race at the moment. They're at 29.4. They're around 1,500 metres away from the base of the climb, and they are moving steadily towards it. But the pace has never been off this pack. It's a hard race today.
It's always hard racing Category 2. When is it ever easy? Has anybody ever gone, oh, do you know what? I had a ride in Category 2. No, because there's always somebody going to have a go half the time. It's Mistakes 100.
Well, I love Nathan Guerra. I loved it when Nathan Guerra said, you know, he joined the Sunday Race Club some time ago, and he's been racing every Sunday since, and he is the fittest he has ever been. And he puts that down to the Sunday Race Club.
Let's put that into context.
He was already...
Nathan Guerra is fit.
Yes.
Anyway, and Nathan Guerra has been involved in cycling esports for a long, long time. And I remember Nathan and racing back in, I want to say 2016 or 17. That's how long ago Nathan's been racing. And if this is the fittest he has ever been, bear in mind he's got older as well, like we all do.
Can't stop that bit.
Can't stop that bit. That tells you just how good Sunday Race Club is, and the regular racing week in, week out. It's all very well having a race series here and there.
You're making me feel like I want to race Sunday Race Club.
Well, if you want to get fit and fast, ride with people who are faster than you, ride in competitive race action, which encourages you to push hard, and do it every week. And what does that? Sunday Race Club does that. What else does that? No, not every week of the year.
Well, take a look at this. We've got a small group off the front here at the 27.5 kilometre marker. Johan Noren, who had gone off the front last time we were with the Category 1 pack, has been caught by Michael Knudsen and Yunfei Wu. Kaminsky now coming, Osborne also pushing, Van Elst is there as well as Pucker. They're all coming back and bringing Noren into the fold.
Well, Noren is indeed enfolded within the group, if that is such a word. I'm not sure it actually
Enfolded.
is. Enfolded. We'll have to look that up in the dictionary in a while. That's the funny book with words in it for those people who are modern and only use computers. Dictionaries are handy things every now and then.
Particularly when you're playing Scrabble.
That's cheating. Now, one man, I don't know if anybody's ever used his name in a Scrabble game. You'll see, let us know, because I'll tell you something, be very handy with double S.
Can't use names in a word in Scrabble.
Yeah,
Do you not know the rules? Well,
can't make your own
Pulaka on
rules
the
up.
screen at the moment, and one of the riders who was absolutely on fire during the MyWhoosh Championships and still riding and riding strongly. And this climb for me really suits him. Ryan Giuliano, Pulaka is in the mix, and this group 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It looks
Afternoon,
like riders and pushing on strongly.
I tell you something, Jussi Pulaka has the energy to wave whilst climbing this hill in category 4.
Got to have something to take your mind off how your legs hurt.
Absolutely brilliant stuff, mate. It's the sort of thing I would do and go, I've just got out the back of the group. No, Jussi just done that. Stayed in the group.
A great group, you know. Clendenin is here, Olivero is here, Fosseed is in the mix, Bogren is here, Darren Lim is in the mix as well. Another rider new to the Sunday Race Club recently and really getting his teeth into it. And, you know, category 4.
But category 4, now, we say it's a great group, but category 4 need to be careful here because they're going to take this to a big group sprint, and there is always a gamble that this is still a reasonable size pack. One man who doesn't ever want that to happen, Bjorn Andresen, for those people who didn't watch his World Championship win when he took it, he went on a solo breakaway.
2023.
Went off clear and took the win as an individual. He got everybody napping, basically.
Yeah.
They underestimated his pace, power, performance, and he went off and took the win. And he showed that on the day, if you're brave, bold, and you have that innate talent and skill, you can go for it and do it. And Andreasen did that. He's off the front again here on the left-hand side of your screen. And I think almost for him, it's almost been a curse. You know, they talk about the curse of the rainbow jersey. For Andreasen, it's the curse of how he won the rainbow jersey. Because he went off and solo to a win. Everybody's now going, don't let him go down the road. It's a bit like Hayden Booker did it in a race series not all that long ago. And he went off solo, and now nobody let Hayden Booker go down the road.
Well,
once you've done it once, you're a bit goose. Although, if you're going to do it once, do it in a World Champs. Why not?
Well, why not? Graciani is on the front of the Category 5 pack on our screens at the moment. The number board behind.
Still waving. He's on the front and he's waving.
It's brilliant. Well, at 36.2 kilometres, he's got 300 metres until he sees that polka dot banner. He's up and he's out of the saddle. He's got Mads Winter for company. Now, that's an interesting move. Jeremy Horn is the rider behind at 9 seconds. Vladimir Toro et al. Now at 29 seconds. This is Graciani versus Winter for the polka dots this time around. Can anybody take them off of Toro's shoulders? That's the banner ahead. This is the Canberra climb, and Winter versus Graciani. Winter is coming. Graciani needs to pick up the pace here if he wants to take this banner. But Winter, I think, is going to take it. Graciani now drives towards the line. This is a sprint.
Graciani needs to do this because if he goes through, he'll have had a second place on climb number 1. Winter's going through now. Winter didn't score any points on the first climb. That means Graciani should take away the polka dot jersey and hold on to it and win it. So I think Graciani is going to take away. He can replace the ZTBR jersey, wonderful as Emma thinks that is, with a polka dot skin suit because that was a great ride by him. Graciani taking those points on the way through. That was the riders in Category 5 going over the top. The first riders making the way over the top of the Canberra climb. Winter, Graciani and Horn, your leading 3 riders with 5, 4 and 3 points respectively. Meanwhile,
on the climbing Category 2, early doors, X100 and Ivan Nuki have gone up the road. Manshande, who's on our screen at the moment, is chasing strongly. He's the rider trying to bridge the gap. Ross Fawcett on the front of the pack behind.
Yes, that's a huge pack.
I tell you something, the riders from Portugal, you know, really are now smattered throughout all of the categories in both the women's and the men's race. It really is a nation that is embracing cycling esports.
And I love the fact that they've used the term cycling district for their teams and for the community. And that, for me, really, really does something. That was fantastic to see. Meanwhile, Category 2 riders who live in a very much a cycling district, Abu Dhabi, which is one of the most amazing places to go ride your bike. It's got I've been lucky enough to go to a lot of places, and Abu Dhabi is one of my favourite places to ride a bike. Won't be doing that this year because Emma and I will be commentating remotely from the studios here in France on those semi-finals and on the finals as well. So we won't be seeing Ivan Yuki and the whole team down at Abu Dhabi, but it definitely a highlight of my trip there was to ride in on Hedera Island in amongst one of the many facilities, not just that one. They are all over, massive infrastructure. Now, it's not just cycling esports in Abu Dhabi and
track,
across
mountain
the UAE.
bike, road.
Yeah, huge facilities going in to get the entire nation fitter, faster, and on bikes, which is fantastic. If only all governments could maybe follow that lead and maybe put less tarmac down for motor vehicles and more tarmac down for bikes. World would be a better place, or just trails for mountain bikes. Take your pick. Now, Nuki versus Machado, the battle on your screens there in Category 2 with Nuki still looking very focused despite being on the front. Meanwhile, in Category 4, Rusty Mackie has got Lim for company. Glendinning and Polaka now starting to be just pushed back a little here at the moment as the pressure starts to come on. They're getting closer to that banner. You can see it at the top of the climb. You take that right-hand turn and basically descend parallel to where they are now. Polaka still looking smooth here, just out of the saddle, 54 revs per minute. Not looking like he's forcing those pedals round at the moment. I still think there's a little bit left there for Jussi Polaka.
Yeah.
I think there's a bit of saving it, but at the moment the kick has come, and we're seeing 7 watts a kilo coming out of Rusty Mackie on the
Glendinen's going for it as well.
Glendon is going for it. It's going to be too little too late, though, I think, to take the lead coming in as they go in underneath the polka dot banner. Rusty Mackie makes it 2 out of 2. He will take away both of those climb segments and take away the overall in the climbs, proving he's the best climber today. Mika Russimäki of Finland, climber of the day in Category 4 on the Sunday Race Club September finals.
It's interesting, isn't it? The polka dots and the green skin suit at the front of that Category 4 race. The Category 1 race, well, at 32.5 kilometres, they are well and truly now into the Canberra climb, but there's still 4 kilometres of climbing to go. Michael Vink, Ollie Jones, Mikkel Kaminski, Bjorn Andresen, Stefan Van Elst, Lionel Vujasin, Paul Skirski, all in the group here. It's big and it's climbing. Well, Van Elst, Jones and Vink on your screens at the moment. Van Elst up and out of the saddle. So is Michael Vink. Ollie Jones in seated, tapping a rhythm here. All of the riders, in this group as they come up towards the flatter section. Now, this is interesting because this climb has got, well, I think 4 steps. It's got the early step, which then has a flat section. Then it has a very steep second step, a longer plateau before the final 2 steps. And it really does get up to around 12-13% at the top, the Canberra climb.
Now diving in with Noel Batty at the moment, out of the saddle here with that polka dot jersey on. No surprises to see him on the move up towards the banner here. Batty working well at the moment. That Canberra climb, Category 6 went through. Sorry, I haven't gone through. Category 5 gone through. Category 6 are on their way to the banner, and so are Category 3 as well. Just taking a look, in fact, taking a look on the Canberra climb, just on those riders in through. Interesting that Emma's got a lot more riders through than I have. Go on, Emma, you do that because my computer clearly has decided
you need an update.
I need an update from the computer that probably needs an update.
Well, Noel Batty just coming through and underneath the polka dot banner in the polka dot skin suit in Category 3. That's the pack that is chasing behind. In Category 6, it was Junior Silva from Julio Orrego, Brent Gibson, Orlando Montoya and Efren Mamba picked up the points. In Category 5, let's remind ourselves, it was Mads Vinter from Graciani. In Category 4, it was Rusamaki from Glendinning, from Lim, from Polaka. And in Category 3, they've just gone through in front of your eyes. Now, Batty takes the polka dot skin suit and the points at the top. Martin Conda goes through in second place. And then Sorry, I've got a fly flying around the studio that's really annoying me. Then Martin Umdahl goes through in third, Adam Stenman and Jakub Wojciech in fifth place.
15 riders at the front of the Category 3 race, and that is one rider with a 12-second gap. That's now Batty from the rest of that lead group. You can see Bakken, Shore and Clays on your screen, left-hand side in person in avatar form on the right-hand side. Thank you very much, Walter, for giving us a wave on the way down as well. Always appreciate it when the riders are in. And you'll notice 2 out of 3 members of the Sunday Race Club Headbang Club.
Yes, but also what's really interesting here is this now is the descent. And, I say this now is the descent. Obviously, they're on a descent. They're doing 83 kilometres an hour. They're on the descent off the Canberra climb. Then it is a fairly flat run through the Melbourne sprint and then a 7.6 kilometre run to the finish line. We're going to see big groups, I think, come in together today.
We are.
Well, Nick Scolari on your screen in that Category 3 chase group. They're pushing on now on this descent, sweeping up some of the Category 4 riders as well. Scolari's got Van Vellegem, Bakker, Sur, Clay, Stenman, Power for company. And, well, Nick Scolari, would you discount him in a sprint?
I wouldn't discount him in any race finish, pretty much. I think that's very.
It's also a type of rider who'd want to go long and maybe put in a surprise attack.
Yeah. I'm not sure it's a surprise from Squirrelari anymore. That's the only issue he has now. Just going to drop across Category 2 here. Ivan Nuki, Mr. X100. They have chasing behind Machado. Machado got across here. The 3 of them would be potentially on the move. Nuki and X100 on the way up this climb. Dangerous duo here. Both of them together in person, know that for a fact. They are 2 riders who I think are very well matched on this climb, because you've got Nuki, who's a great climber, and you've got Mr. X100, who, whilst a great climber, is also great on the descent and the flat. And I think that balance of the 2, putting Machado with them, and that would be one of the most dangerous trios of riders you could put on the road. But Machado's got to get there. And whilst you can see the distance on your screen is not much, that is a 13-second gap because we're on the climb. We are coming up towards the summit, though. And they do kind of need to get.
There's some strong riders behind as well. You know, Stuart Miller is leading the charge with Ross Fawcett, Zach Nair, Matthias Van He is in there, SS, Tordi Alanjong. You can see that pack, and they really are climbing strongly.
Can I just say this, and I don't want this to sound negative, but it probably will come across that way.
Don't say it then.
Well, no. If you don't have, because the end of this race is a downhill run and then a pancake flipping run. It's
not really flat.
It's flat enough that you can just charge into the finish. From 36k to 55k, it's downhill or a run to the finish. If this was me racing, I'd be doing nothing on the climbs other than holding the wheels and saving everything for the sprint at the end, or to close any kind of gaps down. I'd close every gap that moved, but I wouldn't let anything go. And that would be it, because it would, for me, for somebody who loves attacking racing, it's to break away on this climb whilst you're racing to your strengths. It's futile unless you can get 2 minutes on this climb, because the descent and the running is so long.
Well,
when you've got a big group of this talented behind you.
Yeah, but we said earlier on, didn't we, when we were on the Wollongong climb, an X100 went for the points, that perhaps that was his target today. And maybe that is what he's doing. Maybe he's targeted the 2 climbs. As like we said earlier on, it's perspective. You don't know what people's objectives are.
Indeed not.
Maybe the objective here is to get the polka dot skin suit and to go on the 2 climbs. And that, in which case, he's executing to perfection. While Michael Vink and Jason Osborne and Yun Fei Wu are climbing to perfection, the rider they've got behind them is Ollie Jones. He's at 7 seconds. The rest of the pack, well, Hayden Pucker is at 17 seconds. Van Elskirski are a little further behind. So we're starting to see the Category 1 race break on your screens. 3 riders clear, 1 rider chasing. Pucker and Skirski, the 2 under 23 riders who excelled on the MyWhoosh Championships, part and parcel of that chase. Pucker, also the national champion from the USA this year.
just in with Rick van Erck, one of our Category 2 riders. He's going to be the first rider, I think, to see Jason Osborne coming up onto his heels. The rider from the Netherlands there in that Netherlands orange jersey at the moment. In that pain cave at the moment. Good to see you, Rick. Another of our regular riders on the Sunday Race Club, and definitely a rider who I think would maybe have preferred this to be a more Belgian style course.
Yes, highly likely.
Kick, rest, kick, rest, kick, rest. He's one of those riders who I think for me, sort of, when you've got that sprint, stop, sprint, stop, sprint, stop, he's got amazing recovery and then repeat kick.
Well, these two riders have had amazing climbing today and great climbing legs. X100 and Ivan Nuki, two riders we know in Category 2 climb strongly and always do the business, but the polka dot skin suit on the shoulders of X100. Ivan Nuki just coming up to the side of him. They are side by side on your screen at the moment. It's a 13-second gap back to the group behind, but the group behind are now starting to motor. They don't want these two to go over the top of the climb and make the descent before they join them. There's the group. You can see it coming. It's like hunting them down. Just trying to wait and see who comes over the top first. X100 picks up the 5 points. Nuki picks up 4.
Behind Bangston, Fawcett, Van He, Miller, Aljung, Machado, SS, Goddardzi, et al. All on the way in through. Just taking a little bit of a look for the team competition. Hitmen well represented with at least 3 riders in that leading group. Gloria Victis have plenty of riders in thereabouts. Smarties do as well. Mikalki Express. Yep, they've got 3. In fact, they all went together. Mendakowicz, Jasinski, and Bjarhead together. Level elite. In fact, Shuren for the Mikalki Express in there. It's going to be really, really close on that team competition.
It is. Category 1 is going to be a little bit different because Wu, Vink and Osborne, the 3 riders here we are looking at the front of the pack. Jones now at 15 seconds behind. He's the solitary rider back, and they're coming towards the top of the climb. They are around, 300 metres from the top. Palskirski just off the back wheel of Ollie Jones at the moment. I think that's going to close down, and we're going to see Skirski join Jones. There it is. It's not too far back to Tugels et al. Either. We could see these groups come together and then attempt the chase. Ollie Jones on your screen, up and out of the saddle, pushing strongly. The gap to these 3, well, Osborne now pushes on at the front because he wants those points in the climbing competition. The world champion currently wearing the polka dots. Yunfei Wu and Michael Vink going through. We've got a leading group of 3 now. Nobody broken away on the climb. If these 3 stay together, it's going to be an interesting finale. I think it'll be an Osborne Vink sprint. I'm not sure Wu may prove his point today, but Osborne leading through Category 1, 56 minutes 35 seconds. X100 leads through Category 2 at the top of the Canberra climb. Now Batty led through Category 3. Mika Rusumaki led through Category 4. Mads Vinther led through Category 5. And Junior Silva led through Category 6 in 1 hour, 13 minutes and 8 seconds. Jakob Bjorklund actually in Category 2 has just been swept up into the trio of Category 1 riders. Palskirski has indeed caught Ollie Jones behind. So we've now got a chasing group of 2 and a leading group of 3. Mads Vinter on your screen at the moment is at the head of the race, leading the Category 5 race. The Category 5 leaders went past the Category 6 leaders on the climb. Vinter 22 seconds up the road now. He's at, they've got 6.5 kilometres to go. Toro in the mix, Lenador in the mix, Roy, Horn, all in the mix. These riders, it's a big group, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 chase riders. So 1 rider clear, 11 riders chasing in Category 5 as they come towards the final sections of this race. Matt Monroe, Lenador on your screens. He's had a really good month, actually. Lenador took the win last week when we were on that heritage climb course. I like to call it the Vessel Rock because that's the name of the first climb. But he had a fabulous race last week and doing a great job leading the charge of this chase group. And you can see the pace. Roy on the front, 4.7 watts per kilo, just coming back off because he wants back in the group. Vinther time trialing at around 3.1, 3.2. This group have got to go faster than that should they want to close the gap down, but they have to work together. Now, in Category 5, Mads Vinther, just taking a little look. What team is Mads Vinther on? And Mads Vinther, actually, do you know what? Danish Dynamite. So none of those other riders are going to want to be in the mix there. Now, a little bit further back down the road, the Category 4 race is mixing with the back markers in the Category 5 race. Lim, Clendenin are in this group. Polacca is here as well. You can see them just smattered throughout that Category 5 group. Now, the green skin suit in there is also Darren Lim from Category 4, not a Category 5 rider. And now you can see them just starting to move their way to the front of the pack. So the Category 4 race mixed in. Josh Lipka from Category 6 is in there as well. So a real mixed group at the moment. Well, this is also a mixed group at the moment. This is the leaders in the Category 1 race. Vink, Osborne and Wu, but they've got Mundell, Gombe and Bjorkland from Category 2. They're on the descent at the moment, and we're in with Jakob Bjorkland. He's on your screen at the moment, taking a pause, taking a rest. He's in that super tuck position, staying with the group. It enables him to drop his heart rate, which gives him that recovery. And you can see the heart rate dropping dramatically at the moment. It's dropped 5 beats in the last few words. And that is exactly what he's looking to do, to take that micro rest to enable him to go again when he is ready to. Now, Vink, Osborne and Wu are now 20 seconds clear of the chase. The chase now, it is Palskirski and Ollie Jones, or it was the last time we were in with them. Whether Hayden Pucker has caught that chase group, that is a question for a short while in the future. Well, Ollie Jones and Palskirski still are our chasers as our riders and racers continue to move now towards the finale here in Australia on the outer loop course. On the right hand side of your screen at 43 kilometres, this is the leading group in the Category 2 race. X100 and Nuki have been brought back into the fold. Nair is in here. Alan Jung is in here. Becca is in here. It's a real mixed group because we've got Category 5 and Category 3 riders in there as well. In fact, that's becoming the story of all of the categories, the chase and the mixed category groups. Well, at the head of the race at the moment is the Category 5 race, and Mads Vinther at the 51.2 kilometre marker. He's 17 seconds clear of the chase group behind in Category 5. The road runs out at the 55 kilometre marker. He's got 3.7, 3.6k to go now. Can he stay clear?
Yes. One word answer. Yes. I think so. I'm always up for somebody to go for it. I tell you something. I was looking through the start list, and I was surprised to see Mads Vinther wasn't in the team. Then I reminded myself you need to do 2 qualifying rides, but it leaves you that freedom to ride. It leaves you that freedom to be able to do what you want when you want. And Vinther riding for the Danish Dynamite squad don't have 3 riders in it, just Mads Vinther in there. Brilliant riding by him to go clear. Horn, Lenador, Toro and co climbing well, but that gap, 17 seconds, it's not like he's easing off the pace. And I think that should be enough for him. The Category 6 race, maybe a little less clear, obviously, because you've got those two riders together in pursuit at the moment, mixed in with the group. And as you say, Emma, it is about the chase. It's about that pursuit. It's about who can stay with those groups. You can see bottom left-hand side of your screen, Montoya having to sprint here to stay with Gibson, with Silver and Co here, because he wants to be in that pack. He wants to be in that group. There are 3 riders in there, and the Category 5 riders can put a better pace. They can put more speed down. And when they do that, that puts the Category 6 riders in trouble.
And that's where the drafting comes in. Because you can sit, you can sit comfortably 0.4, 0.5 of a watt per kilo behind in the group and still maintain the same pace on the flat.
But the moment it goes uphill, you're fighting gravity and your power to weight ratio versus necessarily the aerodynamics and the pure power that you can put down. Cycling is all about power. It's a little bit about aerodynamics, and it's a little bit about weight, but power is absolutely critical. If you can't make that power, you're really going to get into trouble. And particularly with this race finish, for me, power is going to be absolutely key here, to be able to get the power down, to be able to really motor your way in and through. Now, just taking a little bit of a look further back through the race field at the moment, Category 5 leading this out with Masvinter 15 seconds ahead of what is a huge chasing group behind. At the moment, though, they're oscillating between taking a turn and not taking a turn. I just think there's just too much disruption in here, and they know Vinter won't affect the team competition, or they will potentially snaffle top spot if he can stay clear.
Just giving him his moment on the screen there.
Mads Vinter leading the course.
He is indeed, and the chase is on behind. And but they really are running out of road.
They're
now.
in sight, but
they are in sight. But it's 16 seconds, and 16 seconds with 1.4 kilometers to go. Mads Vinter just needs to hold his nerve. He just needs to continue to tap that rhythm, and he needs to be able to hold that to the line. In the Category 5 race, the chase is on behind. You can see them at the bottom. It's around 150 meters, the difference in those two groups. So the lead group, which is one rider, solo breakaway rider, and then the chase, it's around 250 meters, or 17 seconds. On the top of your screen, you've got the Category 4 and the Category 3 race, all now within the final 5K to go.
So riders starting to come together in our first categories to have left those pens. Category 6 leaving the pens 1 hour 31 minutes ago. 5 minutes before them were Category 6 out of that pen, 1 minute 36 ago. But at the moment, it's Category 5 leading this home. At the moment, we're into the last 800 meters for Mads Vinter. The gap still holding at 17 seconds. And now we start to see a move on the left-hand side. We're starting to see the push. We're starting to see the kick. And this is where Vinter really needs to hold tight. Graziani is on his way. The rider who we saw launch up towards the top of the climb has gone. And I tell you something, he's opened a gap. It might be a second or so. He's got Disco Hanu behind him, Milostic, Lenador, and Skretin. He's got some of the young riders in Milostic and Lenador. But look at this, Graziani is trying to close down Vinter. Vinter still holding 9 seconds, but he's almost lost half of his advantage. He's got to get around this left-hand turn. Then it's the run for the line. This is going to be critical. Can Vinter hold on? Will Graziani have enough pace to hold off the bunch behind? Mads Vinter sees the line. His best so far has been a third place in his 6 participations of the Sunday Race Club today. He's not going to make it third. He's not going to be second. He's going to take the win in our September monthly final. Mads Vinter takes the win here in Australia.
Well, he does indeed, and Joachim Skretin takes the second spot in the sprint. Riley Milostic looking like he came over the top, and Justin Roy, Tamo Friedeck in there as well. It's going to be interesting.
Power of the bunch there, overhauling Graziani. He had the gap. It wasn't enough as they came in through the line of Vinter, from Skretin, from Milostic, from Friedeck, from Roy, Toro, and then Graziano. Graziano, 7th place. So 7th place for Graziano. Vinter At one point, we'd have said Graziano was the nearest rider who's going to challenge him, but not to be. Now, let's take a look in at our Category 6 race here. Junior Silver in the green here, out of the saddle, starting to charge as they come into this left-hand turn. He's got Montoya, he's got Gibson for company. He goes over the top of them. Junior Silver at the moment has opened this up. Is Silver going to take this? Will Junior Silver be able to push all the way to the line? Gibson's coming at him now. Gibson's on the charge in the purple, in the green. It's going to be Silver. Silver's going to hold on. Junior Silver, the man who we said did absolutely everything he could. He's gone steaming through the now. It's showing Gibson with that win. I'm just waiting to get that confirmed because I think that was Silver's, not Gibson's. But we have to wait for the computer to update in Category 6.
Computer's giving it to Brent Gibson by 0.019 of a second.
So close, so close. If that is the case, that's so close. I'm sure the team at MyWhoosh will be doing a double check of the data. Don't forget, of course, the data is still with MyWhoosh, and there are checks done on the systems as well as on. I think it came down to the throw. Brent Gibson taking the win. Well done to Brent for doing that. Meanwhile, we've got Category 4 on the way in towards the line here. So Category 6, Gibson from Silver from Montoya. Category 4, Darren Lim with a sprint. He's got the gap. He's opened it. Mika Rusimaki and Jussi Balaka are sprinting it out behind him. Darren Lim is on his way. This is going to be victory for Lim in Category 4 on the MyWhoosh September monthly final. It's Lim taking top spot from Rusimaki, from Balaka, from Robinson, Clendinin, Pierre and Bogren.
Yes, was indeed. In fact, Lim takes top spot, Rusimaki takes second, Palaka takes third, Robinson takes fourth, Clendinen takes fifth. Mads Vinther, well, he was the winner in Category 5, sorry.
Indeed. So, Category 6 and 5 and 4 in and done. We've got Category 3 though, and guess where they are? They're on the run into that left-hand turn and into the run to the final, and we've got a lone leader.
We have indeed, and take a look at that. It's around 7 seconds at the moment, and Ivo Sur is doing the charge with back and behind, trying to close the gap down. They've got around 750 metres to close an 8-second gap, and this is a huge pack of riders rolling fast.
They are. Radislav Buchewski is the rider of the front. What can Buchewski do? Can he hold them off? It's a massive group, but time is running out. I think they're going to get caught napping here. They've left it too little too late. And Radislav Buchewski of Poland is the rider leading this at the front. Now Stemman goes at 8.5 watts per kilo, nearly 9 watts per kilo. Josh Power, rider who's made the score for GB, on his way through to those semi-finals. That's going to be coming up next week. He needs a good finish here, though, if he's going to head that bunch in ahead of the bunch in Category 3 on the September monthly final on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. It's going to be victory for Radislav Buchewski of Poland. Great ride by him. He comes through. He's going to be ahead of the rest of that bunch who come charging in over the line. Buchewski comes in ahead of all the rest of the riders. That was a massive charge. 14 riders I made that in that chase group.
Yeah, it was absolutely brilliant to see that, and the push on there. It was Omdahl who took the sprint in second place, from Clays, Barrett, Christian, Power, Wojciech, Ridley, Van Velegem, Squilari, Stenman, Conda, Bakken and Sur.
Okay, and this is our monthly final. So we have our teams competition. We are going to just bring you as many of these as we can before Category 2 and Category 1 get into that finish. They're not far away, so let's try and rattle through a few of these as we can. Category 6, first of all, BMC 6, taking the team win in a time of 4 hours, 59 minutes, 38 seconds. Congratulations to them. In Category 5, and this is as it stands at the moment, BMC Rule 5 taking top spot from Level Avengers in second, from Where's 5.B in third, Level Raiders in fourth, Aotearoa Alliance in fifth. In Category 4, On the Rivet Racing, taking the win from BMC Racing in second, Lorem Ipsum in third, Cycling District 4 in fourth, and BMC Anzacs in fifth place. In category 3, well, Level Golden have made it golden. They take the win, 5 seconds clear of Take That. So Level Golden from Take That by 5 seconds in category 3. And for all those riders charging at the line to only have 2 teams put 3 riders in, it shows you just how strong the racing is. Congratulations to all of our teams who have finished their 3 qualifying riders, and any other riders have got in the squads as well. Brilliant to see. Just taking a little bit of a check back at category 6, because we've got more of their riders finishing. BMC Spinergy taking second in that team competition in category 6. All of the race results on mywhoosh.com/results. Make sure you go on there and have a check out the results. See where maybe you think you would be if you know any of these riders.
Well, checking out category 2 on our screens at the moment, the leading group around 150 metres ahead of the group on the left-hand side of your screen, which is being led by Becca at the moment, with Koinsten and Mandakowitz in it. The leading group, Vanhee, Benston, Newkey, Allington, Nair, X100, Manchando, Miller. They are motoring onto the bridge that takes them into the city. At the moment, they'll take a swing over the water and continue to move. But they are now running at 2.3 kilometres to go in this category 2 race. Still a really big group, and it's interesting to see the number of riders on the road here as they continue to move. Godzari is in the mix, Miller is there, Newkey is in the mix, and in fact, Newkey is on the front at the moment as they continue to push now. 2 kilometres to go in category 2.
I think it's 9 riders, if my calculation is right. Machado, Newkey, Miller, Vanhee, X100, Alan Young, Bengston, Goddardzi, and Nair. They are the riders who are all together. And then you've got the rest of the group. Now, when they went through the last checkpoint, that gap was at about 23 seconds or so. At the moment, that gap is holding at 20 seconds. So I don't think they're going to come back. I think the win is going to come from that
the leading group.
They're the ones on your screen at the moment, because they're not pulling the gap back quick enough. We're at 53.4k. Remember, we finish at 55k. It's 1.6k to go, 1.5 in fact, as we speak. So the leading group of 9 riders, and it's going to come down to a sprint of those riders. They've got the green sprint jersey in there. Mitchell Machado in the group. You can never discount Zach Nair when it comes to a race finish. Stuart Miller's going strongly. Mr. X100 never discount him from a win. Matthias Vanhee, though, has got to fancy his chances, as has Goddardzi, who can pull out a mean kick. He's got a great explosion on him. We'll see whether or not he can do that. Very difficult to call this one because of this finish. We come in, we take the left-hand turn. It's a slight left and then a tight left. We're going to go in with Vanhee and Machado. I do hope this is going to stay on screen all the way over the finishing line. Now, Vanhee, the regular winner on MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. You can see starting to wind this up. The Todd Alan Young has gone long. Vanhee's having to respond here. He's in second wheel. He's on the top of your screen. Machado's left it a little bit later, starting to wind up there. And this is very dangerous because they're expending energy before they come into the finish. Alan Young is still on the front. He went super long here. We're going to come into the left-hand turn. Todd Alan Young here. He's sat down now, but I tell you something, he has taken the sting out of a few legs there. Now, Vanhee has to take this up. Now comes the charge behind Nair. He's on his way. Alan Young gets squared aside by Nair, by Machado, by Vanhee, who's got another kick at 12.5 watts per kilo. Nair is on his wheel. Can Nair go over the top? Can Machado find something? Can Miller get up onto the terms? It's not happening at the moment. This is Vanhee versus Nair. They're almost one person at the moment. Vanhee at the front. Vanhee's going to take that, surely. It's going to come down to the photo finish. Matthias Vanhee from Zach Nair, by my calculations, as they went in and over the line there. What a run for the line. Vanhee taking the win. Nair in second. Machado in third. Goddardzi in fourth. then it's going to be Miller in 5th.
Well, we're about to see Michael Vink versus Jason Osborne versus Yunfei Wu in a sprint. They've got 400 metres to go, and Vink starts to go. Now does Osborne. Wu is there as well, but where and who? It's going to be Osborne versus Vink. Wu is now sprinting too.
Wu sprinting, but Osborne at 16 watts per kilo. Now he's got that big kick. Can he go over the top? Osborne in that polka dot skin suit. Vink is still holding the front here. Osborne goes over him in the last few meters. The world champion takes victory from the former rider who was at the front there. I thought Vink was going to take that. He had it. He was leading it. It came to the last few meters. And as they came in through, we're going to get to a result. It's Osborne from Vink from Wu. Now, this is the run for 4th place. Ollie Jones on the front here. Really kicking on was Jones at the moment from Skierski. Jones at 16 watts per kilo, showing those sprint legs that he exhibited and showed in fine style on the MyWhoosh Stage Race Championship. As they go under the line, Jones comes through for 4th. Skierski's going to take 5th. It's going to be Pucker taking 6th place here today. Nothing in it between those riders at the moment. As we see our next rider on his way in through, it's going to be Leonard Chugles versus, I think it's Pucker.
Hayden Pucker.
So
yeah.
Pucker versus
that was
Chugles.
Close. Chugles came hard and fast from behind, and that was really interesting. So Jason Osborne takes the win, 1 hour, 17 minutes, 59 seconds, 0.1 of a second ahead of Michael Vink, 0.9 of a second ahead of Yunfei Wu. Van He took the win in Category 2, but in Category 1, Ollie Jones comes through for 4th place, Pau Skierski for 5th, Hayden Pucker for 6th, and Leonard Chugles for 7th. Mikhail Kaminsky has come through for 8th, Michael Knudsen for 9th, and we're waiting for the 10th place finisher.
Let's talk teams very briefly. The Category 2 teams, the Hitmen, have got the #1 hit today because they are the leading team in Category 2. And they came in 14 seconds clear of Gloria Victis. So congratulations to Zach Nair, Stuart Miller, Ross Fawcett, Tata Cushton and Phil Graves, the Hitmen's team, ahead of Gloria Victis, ahead of the Micali Express, the Smarties and Abus Esports. In Category 1, it is the Boss Moves Only squad taking victory by 1 minute 27 seconds from Abus Synergy, who were a further 23 seconds clear of the Farm Watt squad. So Emma pretty much calling that as expected. All the race results on MyWhoosh.com. If you want to race, go download the technical manual, look at which turbo trainers, which kit you need to have, which dual recording equipment is compatible with the racing, all the details on the race manual. Make sure that you go onto MyWhoosh.com, download the app on iOS, on Android, or of course on Windows. Get that setup done because of course we will be kicking off the Sunday Race Club October races with Qualifier 1 next Sunday. Before then, and this is the last time you're going to hear this today, maybe, don't forget, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Make sure you clear your diary for Friday evening or Friday afternoon or the early hours of Saturday morning, wherever you are in the world, because at Gulf Standard Time, 2100, 9 o'clock, that's the first of our Stage 1s. That's always Stage 1 in the UCI Cycling Esports World Championships for 2025. The semi-finals are upon us. This is where it all gets very, very close indeed. 150 plus men, 150 plus women, all in those 3 stages, all points based, all building up to the sprint finale that will see whoever has the most points go through. 20 riders from those 150 in the men, 20 of the riders of the 150 plus in the women will go through to the finals, the live finals in Abu Dhabi in the middle of November. They've got to get there. They've got to race it out. That's going to happen on Friday. Make sure you are there. The amazing team behind the scenes that bring you all of the action on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club are going to be behind the scenes as well. A massive thank you to them for putting the pictures that Emma Martin and myself, Matt Payne, put words to. You can follow Emma at biking_Emma. You can follow me at Matt Fixer Payne. And don't forget, follow MyWhoosh at MyWhoosh. Thank you very much for joining us for the finals. I hope you've enjoyed today's show and enjoyed the racing. We're here each and every Sunday. We'll be here on Friday, and I think we've got a bit of time in the studio before then for Friday's UCI semi-finals. Make sure you come and join us. But from Emma, myself, and all of the team behind the scenes, we will see you for the next race on MyWhoosh.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.